day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Statutory order. Consideration of a motion made pursuant to the Anti-Terrorism Act.
Mr. Day, for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that pursuant to subsection 1, 83.321 of the Criminal Code, the application of sections 83.28, 83.29, and 83.3 of that Act be extended for a period of 3 years from the first day on which this resolution is passed by both Houses of Parliament. 2, that this resolution come into force on the day on which it has been passed by both Houses of Parliament. Debate. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can think of no greater duty for a government than to provide for the safety and security of its citizens. This government has clearly demonstrated its commitment to that duty since taking office. In the aftermath of the September 11th terrorist attacks, Canada put in place the Anti-Terrorism Act. Canada's new government continues to support the need to provide the necessary tools to police and prosecutors to prevent, disrupt, and deter terrorist incidents. Mr. Speaker, the motion put before the House today concerns 2 measures which came into effect 5 years ago. First, the investigative hearing power in the Anti-Terrorism Act. This enables law enforcement officials to investigate and obtain information about terrorism offenses. Second, the recognizance with conditions provision is designed to disrupt emerging terrorist activity by putting a person under judicial supervision. These provisions are designed to prevent the carrying out of terrorist activities and make Canada a more difficult environment for terrorists to operate in. Because terrorism can result in mass destruction and death, punishment after the event is not enough. We must adopt a preventative approach. Therefore, the key aspect of the provisions under consideration today is prevention. And that is something that I believe all Canadians can support and would agree that preventing terrorism is not only a Canadian responsibility but a global responsibility, and prevention of terrorism is an essential goal that we should all share. Our legislation must be consistent with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It must respect human rights. It must be proportional to the threat. It must, at appropriate points, involve the judiciary, and it must have effective procedural safeguards. The investigative hearing and the recognizance with conditions meet those high standards. They are core elements of an appropriate legislative response to terrorism. The investigative hearing provision has been upheld by our nation's highest court. It allows a peace officer investigating a terrorist offense to ask a judge to require a witness to answer questions before a judge or produce evidence such as documents or recordings. When the procedure was scrutinized and affirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada, the court had this to say about the safeguards built into this legislation, and I'm quoting here. It is clear that the procedural protections available to the appellant in relation to the judicial investigative hearing are equal to, and in the case of derivative use, immunity, greater than the protections afforded to witnesses compelled to testify in other proceedings, such as criminal trials, preliminary inquiries, or commission hearings. It is important to remember, Mr. Speaker, that these hearings are not meant to punish, but to obtain information that can help prevent a terrorist offense. Not only can they be used to gather information in respect of potential future attacks, but they can also be used to assist in finding the perpetrator of a past attack, who could thereafter be prosecuted and convicted, and most importantly, prevented from carrying out additional attacks. A person appearing at an investigative hearing appears as a witness, not as an accused person. The advantage of such a hearing is that a person may be asked questions in a judicial forum where information can be properly received and evaluated. These hearings, from an investigative standpoint, would likely be more often used to garner information from a peripheral person rather than the actual target of a terrorist investigation. This individual could be brought in and questioned in order to gather information to open up new leads and move the investigation forward. It could also conceivably assist in possible cases where a person may want to come forward but would be reluctant to be seen to volunteer information in aid of an investigation. This is, Mr. Speaker, an exceptional power. For that reason, I emphasize that it can only be used with the proper authorizations. Parliament clearly recognized that it should only be used in very particular circumstances. This House attached many safeguards to its use, including the following. 1. Requiring the prior consent of the relevant Attorney General. 2. Giving witnesses the right to retain and instruct counsel and protecting them against self-incrimination. 3. Requiring federal and provincial attorneys general to report annually to Parliament on the use of these powers. And 4. Making it a subject to a 5-year sunset clause. The investigative hearing provision has been invoked just once, in 2003, in connection with the Air India case, and even then the hearing was never held. And as I said earlier, the Supreme Court of Canada held in 2004, in connection with the same case, that the investigative hearing process is, in fact, constitutionally valid. The investigative hearing procedure is not without precedent. Indeed, this type of procedure is well known in Canadian law. It parallels procedures employed in the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, public inquiries, and coroner's inquest. In addition, Section 11 of the Competition Act incorporates court-ordered investigative hearings, which are generally held to determine how markets operate and how companies compete with each other. This type of procedure is also well known in other countries. Australia and South Africa employ a similar legal measure to help investigate terrorist threats to their citizens. The United States has a long-standing grand jury system, and the United Kingdom has a regime under which failure to disclose material information to a constable in relation to a terrorism investigation is a criminal offense. Mr. Speaker, we are at the 5-year deadline. We would be neglecting our duty if we allowed these important tools for investigating and preventing terrorist acts to simply expire. Allowing this provision to sunset is not a reasonable option. While some critics of the Act would, no doubt, welcome this option, failing to renew this and the recognizance provision would deprive all Canadians, including the police, prosecutors, and the judiciary, of the tools needed to prevent terrorist activities. Another essential measure in the Anti-Terrorism Act is the recognizance with conditions provision. This provision is sometimes known as preventative arrest, which is a very misleading term, I should say. Its purpose is not to arrest a person, but to put that person under judicial supervision in order to prevent a terrorist incident. This provision is meant to be used to allow a person to be released under his or her own recognizance, to keep the peace and be of good behavior, and where warranted, to submit to certain other reasonable release conditions. Such measures are not new in Canadian law. For example, judges have long had the power to require a person to enter into what is sometimes called a peace bond. Such recognizances are used in relation to personal injury and child sex offenses, as well as criminal organization offenses. The recognizance with conditions in the Anti-Terrorism Act is a version of a peace bond. It is designed to prevent, restrict, or disrupt preparations for terrorist activity. For example, these provisions could be useful against individuals who are raising funds or otherwise facilitating the activities of terrorist organizations. To employ this procedure, the police must obtain the prior consent of the appropriate Attorney General. They can only obtain this consent if they believe on reasonable grounds that a terrorist activity will be carried out and suspect on reasonable grounds that the imposition of a recognizance with conditions on a person or the arrest of a person is necessary to prevent the carrying out of the terrorist activity. In certain limited circumstances, the police may arrest a person without a warrant in order to bring him or her before a judge. A person detained in these circumstances must be brought before a judge within 24 hours, or if no judge is available, as soon as possible thereafter. A hearing is then held with all parties present, including the person's counsel. At this hearing, the judge evaluates the evidence and determines whether the police officer has reasonable grounds for the suspicion. If so, the judge then decides whether it would be advisable to order the individual to enter into a recognizance obliging that person to comply with certain conditions before being released. These conditions might include a curfew, restrictions on the use of telephones or computers, or travel restrictions. Should the person not agree to comply with those conditions, the judge may order that the person be detained for up to 12 months. As with the investigative hearing power, this provision contains robust legal safeguards to protect the rights of the individual, including reporting requirements for federal and provincial attorneys general, the Minister of Public Safety, and provincial ministers responsible for policing. It is important to understand that while the police may make an arrest without warrant, they must still subsequently obtain the consent of the relevant Attorney General. Also, under these provisions, it falls to the judiciary to determine whether conditions affecting a person's liberty will be imposed. It is not for the police to do so. Both the investigative hearing and the recognizance with conditions provisions are preventative in nature. In each case, their intended use is to bring a person before a judge either to advance the investigation of a terrorist offense or to prevent an act of terrorism. Some would argue that we should eliminate these provisions because they are so seldom required. That would be akin to getting rid of your fire extinguisher because you've never had a fire. Justice Canada monitors the use of these Anti-Terrorism Act provisions in cooperation with other federal departments and our provincial and territorial counterparts. Frankly, we should take great comfort from the restraint shown in their use thus far. Parliament clearly recognized in 2001 that these safeguards were appropriate and that they were necessary. Parliament just as clearly recognized that we needed new powers to deal with the exceptional new threat posed by international terrorism. That threat continues, as we all know, Mr. Speaker. This can be demonstrated, for example, by recalling the terrorist attacks on mass transportation in Mumbai this past August, in London in July 2005, and in Madrid in March 2004. We should also recollect that Osama bin Laden and the Al-Qaeda movement have not retracted their threats against our country of Canada. We should also bear in mind that reports last summer of a plot to bomb transatlantic airliners. We have also seen on numerous occasions around the world the deliberate mass murder of civilians in public places. Suicide bombings have sadly become commonplace in our daily news reports. Yet we may be facing an even more devastating threat if terrorist groups gain access to weapons of mass destruction. Cyber terrorism that would seek to paralyze our infrastructure could also have devastating effects. Societies that, like Canada, are open, democratic, and technologically advanced could easily be subject to attack in these areas. Canada's own recent history demonstrates that we are not immune from terrorist incidents. Whether we choose to acknowledge it or not, international terrorism threatens our peaceful communities and our way of life, and, regrettably, is likely to be part of our world for years to come. The investigative hearing and recognizance with condition provisions provide law enforcement agencies with the much-needed ability to act quickly when necessary and potentially save lives. And they can only be activated under special circumstances. As I said, Mr. Speaker, both of these powers will cease to apply on the 15th day of 2007, on which both houses of Parliament sit, unless both houses pass a resolution to extend it. A sunset clause was inserted in 2001 to allow us to review the powers with the benefit of 5 years' experience and determine whether they are still desirable and necessary. These provisions do not exist just for the sake of having them, or because the government wants to have them. In a perfect world, there would be no need for such procedures. As we have seen, however, in the real world, threats do exist, not just south of the border in some far-off corner of the globe, but right here in Canada, as we discovered last year with the unraveling of an apparent plot to cause violence and destruction in our largest city, Toronto, and right here at our very doorstep in Ottawa. These powers are something we need, not something we want. And, Mr. Speaker, they are absolutely necessary. The House of Commons Subcommittee reviewing the Act released an interim report on these provisions in October. The majority of the subcommittee recommended that both provisions be extended to December 31st, 2011, in other words, for 5 more years, and that Parliament review any further extension beyond that date. Other recommendations will be addressed by the government in its response to the parliamentary review of the Anti-Terrorism Act. This resolution before the House is necessarily limited to the issue of whether these existing provisions should sunset or should be extended. I thank the subcommittee for its timely interim report and excellent work. We look forward to receiving the findings of the subcommittee on the entire review, as well as those advanced in a report by the Senate. The government believes that the investigative hearing and recognizance with conditions will continue to be important tools for our domestic law enforcement agencies as they act to prevent, disrupt, and investigate terrorism. Both the Minister of Public Safety and the former Minister of Justice argued before the parliamentary committees reviewing the Anti-Terrorism Act that these tools are still needed. Accordingly, today a motion has been put before this House in an effort to ensure that these powers continue to be available to investigate and prevent acts of terror. I want to be sure that we, as a country, have the legislative tools to protect the safety and security of Canadians and to prevent, disrupt, and deter terrorist activity here in Canada. Law enforcement agencies have expressed their support for the continuation of these measures. For these and other reasons, Parliament should resolve to extend the sunsetting provisions for 3 years to enable Canada to continue to have the tools necessary to respond effectively to the threat of terrorism. Why 3 years, Mr. Speaker? Because this extension would allow Parliament to further consider the issue in depth. It will also allow the government enough time to consider recommendations proposed by the parliamentary committees reviewing the Anti-Terrorism Act and introduce any changes deemed appropriate. Mr. Speaker, this is certainly a prudent course to follow. Allowing these powers to lapse would needlessly eliminate a vital tool for ensuring Canadian safety and security. We need the benefit of several more years' experience with these provisions before we take such a step as allowing them to sunset. Only Parliament can renew these powers, and I believe it is not only a responsibility but a profound duty for us to do so. I urge all honourable members to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member from Arcorel-Fortin. I have a question, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask if the provisions relating to investigations, that is, where you can call a witness to appear, if those provisions are still considered by the government as an important tool for police to complete an investigation that was not done properly, or to take into account the fact that police may have thrown out recordings of conversations, as was the case, or as was what was attempted in the Air India investigation. And I believe that you gave a good example when there was the example given of the fire extinguisher. It doesn't mean that if something has ever been used, that it is not potentially useful. But it could be an indication, because the reason why a fire extinguisher is not used is because there isn't a fire to fight. But as was indicated in the speech, we are still faced with a fire. Terrorism is still a threat. Even so, there was never an opportunity to use these measures as prevention. So are there any other reasons for which the measures were never used? And finally, I'd like the honourable member to tell us why, because as you know, I was a dissenting voice when this report was published, but I'd like to know why the government is not taking into account the majority recommendations made by the committee, that is, recommendations including representations by members of his own party. The committee sat for more than 100 hours listening to witnesses. So what use is a committee if unanimous recommendations are not taken into account by the government?
Montel.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Honourable member for his question. It's important to remember that the committee was of the view that we extend these provisions. That is something that the committee responsible did convey to this Parliament, and that's why I'm urging honourable members to support that view, that these provisions are necessary. And I think the analogy is sound. We don't wish for a fire, but we want to be prepared. We want to be prepared if one takes place, and we're certainly not through the danger yet when it comes to international terrorism. We see the impacts and we see the threat every day just by turning on the news. Now, it's important to note for Canadians that, as the honourable member has mentioned, the investigative hearing and the recognizance with conditions, those provisions have not, in fact, been used. And I think we should all be grateful that they haven't been used at this point. But I think that Parliament in the past, in the aftermath of September 11th, members of this House decided that these were appropriate measures to put in place. That threat still exists, and the committee has encouraged Parliament to, in fact, extend these provisions for our police to be able to better protect us and our entire system to be able to better protect Canadians from the threat of terrorism. And it's important to know, Mr. Speaker, many, and I didn't name them all, the safeguards that exist with respect to investigative hearings. That only a judge of the provincial court or of a superior court of criminal jurisdiction can hold an officer's application for such a hearing, that prior consent is required, that the witness has the right to raise other, I want to leave time for other questions, but there's other safeguards in place that Canadians, those should all ring familiar tone with Canadians, because they are components of our justice system that we're all familiar with and we support. But this is a necessary measure for exceptional circumstances to prevent terrorist activity, and that's why we must all support it.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh on questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise really to caution the parliamentary secretary. I was quite taken aback by him using the example of the charges, I repeat, charges, not convictions, of the incident in Toronto, and using that as an example of terrorism incidents in this country. Those 17, 18 individuals have not been convicted of anything up to this point, and as the parliamentary secretary, the Minister for Public Security, he should be very cognizant of the way he uses that incident to try to justify the continued usage of these two sections. My question to him, will he agree that these two clauses that are about to be sunsetted, barring favorable passage of this motion, neither one of these sections were used in that particular incident and have not been used at all in any incidents in this country since their passage?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his caution, and I appreciate that, and I take it. But I don't think that Canadians need to be reminded, in fact, at all, that we are under an international terrorist threat. There's no denying that. Members of this House acknowledge that. That's why we brought forward measures to combat terrorist activity, whether it's the financing of terrorist activity, the Anti-Terrorism Act, and we're all working, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Public Safety, the provinces, police agencies, Canadians, all of us should be working to prevent terrorism. And I do not look at the fact that these provisions have not been used as a reason to allow them to sunset. I think that it would be folly on the part of this Parliament to allow important provisions that were well thought out, that have been considered by House committees, by a subcommittee. They've been considered. We've heard the evidence that these measures are necessary for an extreme circumstance, and we don't want to find out after the fact that we should not have let these provisions sunset. We need to be as prepared as possible. Canadians know that the threat is there for terrorist activity, and unfortunately, it will continue to be there for some time. I don't think there's any arguing that we're out of the woods yet when it comes to a terrorist threat. And we want these in place. The member is right. They've not been used, but that's not to say that they shouldn't be kept in place to be used in the future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary for this very, very important work and very timely to have this presented in Parliament here in Canada. World over, truly, we know that the terrorist threat is there, and we know that many, many countries are working together to offset this menace that is out there and to keep Canadians safe from terrorist activity. Could the Parliamentary Secretary please expand on what I'm about to ask you, because I know that not only Canada, but you have consulted with many other countries as well. And could you please answer the question as to whether or not other countries have the same powers in place as we do here in Canada once this bill is going through?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief response.
I thank the honourable member for her question. And as we know, international terrorism knows no boundaries. These terrorist groups operate in a sophisticated way whether it comes to financing or planning terrorist activities. And there's probably no corner of the globe that is not in some way impacted or connected. And even right here in Canada, we have to have these safeguards in place. You asked about other countries. There's many countries that have taken positive steps to combat terrorism. The United Kingdom, for example, has an even more, what we could say, severe regime in place to combat terrorism. Australia and South Africa, as I mentioned, have a similar provisions in place as our investigative hearing provisions. The United States, as I mentioned, had a long-standing grand jury system in place. So, yes, other countries are taking similar steps to combat terrorism.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London West.
And before I start my time, Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find there is unanimous consent for the following, that I will be splitting my time 10 minutes each for time with the member for Mississauga, Arundel.
So unanimous consent to proceed in this fashion? Agreed. The honourable member for London West then will be have a 10-minute time limit on her speech.
Thank you very much. And today we are speaking on a government motion concerning two sunset provisions of the Anti-Terrorism Act: investigative hearings, Section 83.28 of the Criminal Code, and recognizance with conditions preventative arrests, Section 83.3 of the Criminal Code. Today's motion is tabled because these sections of the Code will cease to apply at the end of the 15th sitting day of Parliament after December 31st, 2006, unless there is a vote in both houses extending the provisions of the government motion before us today. Please note that this motion is not amendable. The Anti-Terrorism Act was introduced into the House of Commons in mid-October 2001 and given royal assent on December 18, 2001. The Act was part of Canada's response to UN Resolution 1373 of September 28, 2001, which required member states to adopt anti-terrorism legislation and policies within 90 days. Canada reported to the United Nations its compliance with Resolution 1373 on December 12, 2001. This very complex piece of legislation went through the entire lawmaking process in less than 3 months. Throughout the world, it was a time of uncertainty and fear after the horror of September 11th. Many of us in this chamber today were intimately involved in the process and work of the anti-terrorism bill. It was a Liberal government which introduced this legislation. In 2001, debates around the Anti-Terrorism Act were wide-ranging. However, it was agreed that steps had to be taken to protect Canada and Canadians at a time of threat and uncertainty. Many people across our great country debated whether the legislation was to be adopted, appropriately balancing community safety and security and individual rights and freedoms. There was an understanding then, as there is now, that there needed to be legislation which followed and approved for the prevention of and the protection against terrorist activity. Within this context, legislators worked towards creating the Anti-Terrorism Act, which would be reasonable and proportionate and contain numerous safeguards strong enough to protect constitutional rights and freedoms. Did we get the balance right? It was within this context that one such safeguard, a full review of the Act, was mandated. Section 145 of the Act required that a comprehensive review of the provisions and operations of the Anti-Terrorism Act be completed by the end of 2005. It was mandated that a committee of this House submit a report containing any recommended changes to this Act. Unfortunately, because of the electoral situation over the last few years, this review has yet to be completed. There is currently a subcommittee of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security working very hard at completing this task, and I am told that we should have the completed version shortly. Within the context of this review, two of the most contentious sections of the Anti-Terrorism Act, investigative hearings and preventative arrests, are found. In 2001, many Canadians had serious, very serious concerns with these measures as they were deemed as unprecedented in Canadian law, and people were concerned that they could be used inappropriately. The Liberal government of the day, in its wisdom, attached two sunset provisions with which we are now dealing. I should remind colleagues that the original bill, as presented, did not have the sunset provisions. These were added after the very serious concerns heard at the committee hearings. I would like to briefly explain the two provisions, investigative hearings and recognizance with conditions, commonly referred to as preventative arrests. The interim report of the reviewing subcommittee concisely describes these provisions, and I will use their descriptions now. Under Section 83.28 of the Criminal Code, also contained in Section 4 of the Anti-Terrorism Act, this allows a peace officer, with the prior consent of the Attorney General, to apply to a superior court or a provincial court judge for an order for the gathering of information. If it is granted, the order compels a person to attend a hearing before a judge, answer questions, and bring along anything in their possession. This person is entitled to retain and instruct counsel, but is required to answer questions unless refusing to do so on the basis of law relating to disclosure or privilege. The judge will rule on any refusal. No one attending such a hearing can refuse to answer a question or to produce a thing on the grounds of self-incrimination. Any information or testimony obtained during an investigative hearing cannot be used directly or indirectly in subsequent proceedings except in relation to a prosecution for perjury or providing subsequent contradictory evidence. Since the adoption of this section of the Criminal Code, it has never been used. Only in one circumstance was it even attempted to be used. In that instance, during the Air India trial, the section was appealed all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, where it was upheld in a 4-3 split decision. The investigative hearing in relation to this trial was ordered but not held because the Air India trial was over by the time the Supreme Court of Canada had issued its rulings. Even at that time, it was explained, quote, although terrorism necessarily changes the context in which the rule of law must operate, it does not call for the abdication of law. The challenge for democracies in the battle against terrorism is to balance an effective response with fundamental democratic values that respect the importance of human life, liberty, and the rule of law, end quote. Again, I will refer to the succinct description of recognizance with conditions found in the subcommittee's interim report. Preventative arrests, the second provision of the Anti-Terrorism Act, which we are considering today, is found in Section 83.3 of the Criminal Code and Section 4 of the Anti-Terrorism Act. With the prior consent of the Attorney General, a peace officer who believes that a terrorist act will be carried out and suspecting that only the imposition of recognizance with conditions or the arrest of this person will prevent that act from taking place, may lay an information before a provincial court judge. That judge may order that person to appear before him or her. A peace officer following these procedures may arrest without warrant the person who is the object of the information if such apprehension is necessary to prevent the commission of a terrorist activity. If a person is detained in this manner, he or she must be brought before a provincial court judge within 24 hours or as soon as possible thereafter. At that time, a show cause hearing must take place to determine if the person should be released or detained for a further period of time. This hearing can only be adjourned for a further 48 hours. If the judge determines that there is no need for a person to enter into recognizance, the person is bound to keep the peace and respect other conditions for up to 12 months and to not be in possession of a weapon. If the person refuses to enter into such a recognizance, the judge can order that person to be imprisoned for up to 12 months. Section 83.31, subsection 2 and 3 of the Criminal Code of Canada required the responsible federal and provincial ministers to publish annual reports on the usage of these provisions. We are glad to have this information. As confirmed in the subcommittee interim report of October 2006, there have been no, and I repeat, no reported uses of these provisions. We have now had 5 years plus experience with these provisions. The current government is now asking for a 3-year extension. They have not tabled any companion piece of legislation to address the concerns in the subcommittee report that have given no indication that they will do so in future. The subcommittee majority and minority reports' recommendations were made because they deemed it necessary to further restrict both the scope and the applications of the provisions under review. We must return to the original intent of inserting the sunset clause. We made this law, this Parliament, believing in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 that these infringements on charter rights of potential suspects might be required by the law enforcement officials of the land. There was always a concern that the sweeping power of the provisions could allow for either intentional or unintentional abuse. We know today that the Criminal Code already contains all the necessary offences and powers for law enforcement officials to adequately respond to the threat of terrorism. Terrorism, Mr. Speaker, is a reality that we must continue to address for the safety and security of Canadians. There is no doubt. These were extraordinary provisions with the anticipation of their sunset in the original bill as passed by this Parliament. Proper security intelligence and the rule of law protect our democratic society. I believe these provisions, as they stand, should sunset. There will be, and continue to be, a very difficult call between balancing the rights of democratic societies to protect themselves from acts of terror and the right of an individuals in those societies. We look forward to the subcommittee final report for the comprehensive review of the Anti-Terrorism Act in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and want to acknowledge the significant position that the member has taken with regards to this motion and the I guess the reaffirmation it has of the need for Parliament to be respected, the committee process to be respected, but also to reinforce that balance that we are constantly trying to strike between security and human rights and civil liberties in this country. A trade-off that I always argue, Mr. Speaker, should never be made, that it's not necessary to make that. But I want to address just a very specific point. Does she agree with me that the government themselves, by not accepting the majority report that recommended these sunset clauses be extended for 5 years, by reducing it to 3 years, is an admission on their part that, in fact, we don't need them? So I'd ask for her comments on that point.
The honourable member for London West.
Thank you very much. And to the point, first point, the subcommittee report, I know we had two members from our party working very diligently on the interim report, as well as other members around this House, including, I must say, government members and other opposition members. In fact, that report, the subcommittee report, had 10 recommendations. And none of these recommendations are reflected in the take-all-or-nothing motion that we see before us in this House. We know that refinements were asked for by the subcommittee report. And we also know that the subcommittee is still working on the full report, which is yet to come before the full committee. We also know that most of this evidence was taken before the last election period. And there have been many events since that time that go into the thought process and the desire to do an anti-terrorism act of legislation, which I believe and my party believes is very necessary. Let no one think otherwise. It is necessary. We are looking forward to working with all the refinements that are going to be put for the minister, and we will work with him in the revision of the Anti-Terrorism Act. I am concerned that, once again, that we could be moving into an election before this work is finished, and it is the respect for the hard work and the thought that goes into these recommendations, and to see a motion today with nothing accompanying it to acknowledge the work that was put in, no response to the subcommittee report of October 2006, except this motion today, which is not in line with either the minority or the majority reports in that interim report. So, yes, we respect what happens in Parliament. I am respecting personally what happened in the parliamentary work that went on when we added those sunset clauses. And I think that the acknowledgement that we now have very real work to do and look forward to seeing the final report, and I would believe then we should have a new version of the Anti-Terrorism Act with refinements in it that we can then properly debate and go through some very serious work. And so, with respect to the specific question of what was the government thinking, I cannot answer what was the government thinking. Government members were part of the subcommittee report. Their recommendations sit equally with my party's members who did such hard work. And I want to say that we need tools, and we need tools that are properly balanced, and we will work with the government to work on refinements to a good piece of legislation in future. And unfortunately, we did not see anything tabled with this motion that gives us the certainty that it would be coming. And we also know that we are, again, in uncertain times, and we should work constructively around this House together to get that fine balance right. And I look forward to continuing in that work. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand before you today to debate the motion presented by the Conservatives to extend the sunset clauses of two extraordinary powers, preventative arrests and investigative hearings. These two clauses were part of the Anti-Terrorism Act that was implemented by the Liberal government just over 5 years ago in the aftermath of the September 11 terrorist attacks. The government of the day acted quickly in response to the urgent needs of modernizing our security regimes and laws. During the legislative process, the government of the day consulted with Canadians and examined various options. The challenge was, and continues to be, how to find the right balance between introducing new security tools and yet still maintain the protection of fundamental civil liberties and human rights. After carefully examining and considering numerous and valuable thoughts and ideas, the government made a bargain with Canadians. The new law would proceed with introducing these two powerful tools, but place them on a probation period. these tools would be given a 5-year trial period. And if during that period it emerges that their benefit outweighed their risk, lawmakers would then have the opportunity to renew them. Otherwise, the default option was that those clauses would sunset at the end of that period. That compromise was concluded after consulting lawmakers, legal experts, law enforcement agencies, and community leaders. Now that the 5-year trial period has ended, we parliamentarians have to decide: do we honor the original compromise and let those clauses sunset? Or do we feel that those tools have been proven necessary and choose to change our original plans and vote to extend that period? Mr. Speaker, this House has a serious choice to make. A House of Commons subcommittee has studied this choice. The findings of that subcommittee recognized the power of those tools and offered 10 recommendations. The recommendations stated that if the government and the House want to extend those clauses, they need to accompany them with some tweaking and adjustment. The Conservative government chose to ignore the holistic approach the subcommittee chose to adopt, and instead of accompanying this motion with legislation that took into account the necessary changes, they are asking us to ignore our duties and maintain the status quo. Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, we've learned so much. We've seen mistakes where innocent people were caught in the web of confusion and handicapped judicial system, like in the case of Mr. Maher Arar. We've seen our courts push back on some security legislations, and we've witnessed that our ordinary legal system is capable and has the necessary tools to protect Canadians. Canadians are proud of our law enforcement agencies. We are confident in our legal system and courts, and we are proud in our values and principles. As lawmakers, we must always examine our decisions carefully, responsibly, and dispassionately. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to demonstrate a clear contrast between the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party. The Conservatives, at the time of passing the Anti-Terrorism Act, wanted the Liberal government to implement blunt tools that could risk our civil liberties, while the Liberals were careful to maintain an appropriate balance between providing the right security tools and protecting our fundamental liberties. Here's another example. Now the Liberals, after finishing the trial period and realizing that these tools didn't turn out to be needed, are ready to restore our traditional laws. The Conservatives want to enshrine these extraordinary tools without even offering any type of adjustment or balance. Canadians are familiar with the tendencies of this Conservative Party, whether it's in their approach to dealing with crime, refugees, minorities, or Aboriginal people. They start with the premise that you are guilty until you prove your innocence. They assume the worst in people and fearmonger so they can justify imposing blunt and harsh instruments or legislation. Mr. Speaker, I call on all of my colleagues in this House to join me in restoring the needed balance in our judicial system. Our legal system is an international symbol of fairness and equality. We must work to strengthen it, not paralyze it. The essential need for checks and balance may at times appear cumbersome, but it is the wise approach. It is the outcome of hundreds of years of social and legal evolution. And it is designed to protect the citizens and at the same time provide our law enforcement agencies with the support they need. 5 years have passed. We now know that those two tools have not been used and were not needed. In the meantime, our law enforcement agencies have been able to operate effectively. So why should we leave those extraordinary measures on our legislative books? Why risk any potential abuse or errors in the future? Our judicial system is fundamentally built on balanced dynamic of checks and balances and oversight. This tricky balance must be respected and preserved. I would argue that our existing laws already provide the necessary tools, and now that we have just finished our 5-year probation period and realized that these two clauses are not needed, we must take a sober second look and fulfill the initial intent of the legislation. Let's allow these two clauses to sunset and reinforce the traditional role of our judiciary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess from the honourable member's comments, he said there's a clear division between his party and the government on this issue, but I didn't get any clear direction from what he was saying. I'd ask him to reconcile his statements that the Liberal Party is balanced and has introduced appropriate measures, because in fact these measures were brought in with a Liberal majority, and reconcile that with what he's saying now about these measures not being effective, and also his comments about our confidence in law enforcement and our confidence in our police to protect us, when in fact it is our police and law enforcement community, amongst others, that are saying these provisions are necessary for the fight against terrorism. We need them in place to prevent the worst case scenario. The provisions have not been used to this point, but I would hate to be in a situation where they could have been used to prevent a serious terrorist attack and were not available to our law enforcement. So how does he reconcile those two statements, that on one hand, at one point in time, these were balanced, and now they're somehow not balanced, and that our police, we support our police, yet when the police are asking for these provisions, he does not want to make them available?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Arundel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the honourable member was not listening to my entire speech. I stated that at the time, after the aftermath of the terrorist attacks, Canadians and lawmakers have come together to establish a law called the Anti-Terrorism Act to ensure the protection of Canadians. And as part of that law, these two measures were introduced, but there was a recognition that these two measures were extraordinary in response to the dynamic and the environment we were at the time. But we recognized that they were unusual, they were powerful, and that's why we implemented a 5-year sunset clause. We put these two clauses on a probation period, that the default would be that they would sunset after 5 years. So now we've had that 5 years, we've had the trial period, we realized that our law enforcement agencies can conduct their duties, can protect Canadians without needing these tools, and in order to restore the balance, in order to ensure that no abuse, that we don't want to risk the loss of that balance, we are saying we fulfilled our duties. Those two clauses have did their job. The trial period have proven that we don't need them. Let's get back to the original laws that we had and let them sunset. Thank you.
Questions or comments?
L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Marcorel-Fortin. I would like to ask the following question. I know that he was not part of those that studied the anti-terrorist law, but he seems to know it quite well from the way he speaks. I would like to say that if this party, his party, is not talking about this more, it's because we were working together. We were not always in agreement, but we had the same objectives, and that is to find the best possible balance between fighting terrorism and the fundamental respect for basic freedoms, which is one of the characteristics of our society. And these values and freedoms are attacked by terrorism. We have a partial victory, therefore, over terrorists that attack these values. We are prepared to sacrifice some of our freedoms in order to fight terrorism. We need, therefore, other provisions and other tools that can help us deal more effectively with terrorism. It is clear that a government that reacts with a bill that has 170 pages that took only 3 weeks to write, this kind of legislation has to have some errors in it, and it is shameful that people who are in the party that brought in this legislation. The question is a little bit long. The honourable member for Mississauga Arundel with a brief answer, please.
I guess my honourable colleague was just reinforcing what I had said in my speech, is that at the time there was a lot of consultation had been done, and it was introduced that these two clauses require to have a trial period to be put on probation for 5 years. And what was the choice that was put at the end of 5 years is that it will default, automatically sunset. It was not the other way around. So what we're doing right here today, and what we're recommending, is the fulfillment of that legislation, the exact completion of that legislation. We have seen that those clauses are not needed, that our law enforcement agencies can conduct their duties, and in fact, some honourable members from the Conservative Party would like to be selective in what they want to hear, but there are a lot of experts, law enforcement agencies experts, judicial experts, that call for the sunsetting of these clauses. And I call on all of my colleagues to join me in voting against that motion. Thank you.
Order. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of Chatham, Kent, Essex, there is a community called North Buxton. And in that town, there is a church. And in that church, a bell has hung since 1850. You see, Mr. Speaker, North Buxton was one of the safe havens around Chatham that served as the home for escaped slaves who came to Canada on the Underground Railroad. The vision of its founders was to establish an entirely self-sufficient and prosperous black community, thereby quieting the then commonly accepted notion of black inferiority. When a group of resolute blacks from Pittsburgh heard of this place, they donated this lasting symbol of freedom, along with a letter that concluded, "And when the bell, with its solemn tones, calls you to the house of God, remember your brethren who are in bonds, and let your prayer ascend to God, that he may, in his own good time, break every yoke and set the oppressed free."
Hear, hear. Nipissing, Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate a dedicated group of volunteers in my riding of Nipissing, Temiskaming. Earlier this week, Joanne Comerford, Janet Comerford, and Eric McGill were each presented with the Paul Harris Fellowship Award by the Rotary Club of Nipissing. The Paul Harris Fellowship Award is handed out annually to recognize volunteers for their longtime contributions to our community. Twin sisters Joanne and Janet Comerford have spent years volunteering for the North Bay Capital Centre and have also assisted in various Lake Nipissing waterfront initiatives. Eric McGill's accomplishments include working with Scouts Canada, the TB Association, Near North Crime Stoppers, and the Shriners Club. Volunteers are lifeblood of any society, and these three have dedicated countless hours to making their community one that we can all be proud of. On behalf of the people of Nipissing, I would like to thank Joanne, Janet, and Eric for their outstanding volunteer work. Keep up the good work.
Honorable Deputy.
The honourable member for Châteauguay, Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, last January 7th, Ms. Elena Arpin-Couillard, citizen of Châteauguay, celebrated her 100th birthday at the Résidence Duville, and this event was celebrated in grand style with her family of 7 children, 24 grandchildren, and 41 great-grandchildren. And still today, Ms. Arpin-Couillard is extremely fit and very independent, and thanks to her good health, she can pursue her hobbies and watch her favorite hockey team, the Montreal Canadiens. She's a devoted fan and never misses a game. I would like to underscore the 100th anniversary, or the 100th birthday of this woman who has always lived in Châteauguay and saw our lovely community grow. And I'm delighted to share this unique moment with the House, a moment that is dedicated to a woman who is loved by all who surround her. She is a witness to our regional history, and she inspires respect and admiration. Happy birthday, Ms. Arpin-Couillard.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in Ottawa, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Big City Mayors Caucus is meeting, including the City of Hamilton's new mayor, Fred Eisenberger. I met with Mayor Eisenberger yesterday, and he updated me regarding the severe crisis that cities like Hamilton are facing. Hamilton estimates its infrastructure needs to be about $1.5 billion. Sewers and water treatment facilities need repairs and upgrading. Roads have been patched until they look like a quilt. Libraries and community centers need upgrades and expansion to properly serve the public. Cities like Hamilton need immediate long-term solutions. Federal and provincial downloading created this problem, and we must work to solve it. Groups like FCM and the Canadian Urban Transit Association have fresh and workable ideas to address the problems facing cities. The federal government should immediately strike a national roundtable on cities to look at these ideas and begin their implementation. As the Conference Board of Canada said in its groundbreaking report this week, Canada's success depends on the success of our major cities. Mr. Speaker, let's not fail our country by failing our cities.
The member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, this week the ballots for the Western Canadian Barley plebiscite are being mailed out with 3 clear choices. These are similar to questions that the Canadian Wheat Board uses in their own polling. The questions are straightforward. Do you want the system to continue as is? Do you want the option of selling to the board and to any other buyer? Or do you want the board to get out of marketing barley entirely? Over the next few weeks, you will hear people using intimidation and fear to try to maintain the system as is. The reality is that there's good reason to support change. Western Canada desperately needs the same options and opportunities available to other farmers throughout this country. The Winnipeg Commodity Exchange website now posts daily barley prices that let farmers see what they should be getting for their product. Farmers have compared U.S. prices to our projected returns. With the daily price in the United States running at 85 cents to $1 a bushel above the Wheat Board's projected payments, it's clear that there is no premium in the present system. If farmers want to ensure profitability in the future, they must vote for change.
Honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to say a few words about a remarkable Canadian success story, one which has strong connections to my riding of Oakville. Air Canada is our nation's largest full-service airline. From its beginnings in 1937 as Trans-Canada Airlines, Air Canada has become the 14th largest commercial airline in the world. It is the largest provider of passenger services in the domestic market and to destinations around the world. During 2005, Air Canada carried over 30 million passengers and served over 795 destinations in 139 countries. My riding of Oakville is home to a significant number of Air Canada employees, and I commend them and their colleagues for providing us all with one of the vital links that brings this nation together and connects us to the world. Mr. Speaker, I fly Air Canada with pride.
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday a 26-ton replica of the Canadian National Vimy Memorial was unveiled in Confederation Park here in Ottawa. This grand ice sculpture reminds us of the sacrifices and the achievements of those brave Canadians who fought in the Battle of Vimy Ridge 90 years ago. It also pays tribute to the breathtaking Vimy Memorial in France, a symbol of the legacy our soldiers left behind. On Easter Monday, April 9th, thousands of Canadians, including about 5,000 youth, will gather in France to mark the 90th anniversary of this significant battle. They will also witness the dedication of the newly restored Vimy Memorial. Many thousands more will attend the national ceremony here in our nation's capital. I encourage all members to visit the Vimy ice sculpture in Confederation Park and to attend upcoming local events marking this important anniversary.
The honourable member for Laval. No. For Marcorel Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are very proud of wanting to increase sentences and amnesty for those who haven't registered their long guns. They've laid a foundation to put more people in prison in Canada and ensure that more weapons are in circulation in the United States. Look where we are heading. The U.S. incarceration rate is one of the highest in the world, and their homicide rate is also among the highest. They incarcerate 6 times more people than in Canada, which has 1/3 the homicide rate. They incarcerate 5 times more people than England, 4 times more than Australia, 6 times more than Germany, 3.5 times more than France, with respectively 5, 6, 7, and 8 times fewer homicides, and they incarcerate 10 and 11 times more than Finland, Switzerland, and Denmark that have 3, 6, and 5 times fewer homicides. When it comes to fighting crime, the U.S. model is a poor example, and we have to find some way to avoid.
Député de Lotbinière, Chute de la Chaudière.
The honourable member for Lotbinière, Chute de la Chaudière. The official languages commissioner has started an investigation when the Liberals were still in power, and they said that the bilingual imperative wasn't increasing fast enough under the previous government. The Conservative government's new initiative follows 13 recommendations made by the Commissioner, because we aren't only happy with talk, we act, and we've shown that we have the political will to improve our programs so as to respect linguistic requirements. The objective of the new model is to ensure that bilingual services mandated by the Official Languages Act will be constantly provided when the situation warrants it. The Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces intends to respect and comply with the Official Languages Act, and what would may come about is the separation of Quebec.
Mr. Speaker, Northern Saskatchewan is known for its pristine beauty and for the significant number of people who live off the land. As a result, environmental concerns have always been important for us, but recently, with reports of melting Arctic ice and more evidence of climate change, this concern has gained a greater sense of urgency. A recent Meadow Lake Progress editorial captured this sentiment, stating, "It's easy to put environmental worries on the back burner, but when we get an entire winter without snow, or we see polar bears disappear for good, we get a slap in the face." These concerns are close to home. In northern Saskatchewan, climate change is having a terrible effect on ice roads and changing traditional animal migrations. The Conservative Clean Air Act risks putting the environment on the back burner. Targets are being set as far back as 2050. A real strategy is needed now, one that recognizes the leadership role our agricultural and forestry producers can have in land use and in biofuels, and creates a strong consultation plan with Aboriginal peoples. Everyone can prosper with tradition and innovation.
Honourable member for Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With friends like the Alberta Liberals, a member from Ajax Pickering doesn't need any enemies. This week on Mike Duffy Live, Alberta Liberal leader Kevin Taft criticized the position of the member from Ajax Pickering by warning him directly that the federal Liberal intrusion into the oil sands could eventually threaten the unity of our country. In a recent interview, the member from Ajax Pickering stated, "If they refuse to work with us, there will be consequences." Outrageous, Mr. Speaker. We've seen this time and time again. The Liberals' lack of concern for the West and their willingness to pit regions of Canada against each other for their own electoral gain. We've seen the consequences of this antagonistic Liberal strategy before, and Canadians do not want to go back. Thankfully, our government has taken real action to tackle the important environmental issues without resorting to veiled threats directed at individual provinces. Will the new Liberal leader take the advice of his provincial cousin, change his secret agenda, and call off his attack dog?
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
The Conference Board of Canada said cities are the core of the national prosperity agenda. Yet this government continues to squeeze our cities dry, and what we have is a prosperity gap. I see it in Toronto all the time. We need a strategy for cities, and we need investments. Just ask the mayors who are meeting here in Ottawa today. We need a national transit and affordable housing strategy, funding for childcare, for the arts, support for students crushed by debt, recreation and jobs for young people, and we need long-term funding for city infrastructure. In Toronto, chunks of concrete are falling off the neglected Garden Expressway. But to pay for public transit, the city faced a backlog of $300 million in repairs. We need a green renovation program modeled on Toronto's successful Better Building Partnership. and we need the funds to train our workforce, recognize foreign credentials, and help new immigrants to find good jobs. Let's invest in our cities, the key to prosperity in Canada.
Honorable Député de
Honourable Member for Beauséjour.
Mr. President, for many years, the Summer Career Placement Program for students has provided hundreds of summer jobs to deserving students throughout my riding of Beauséjour. These students worked in tourism, not-for-profit programs, parks, historic sites, and small businesses. By cutting $50 million from this program, thousands of summer jobs are being eliminated by this Conservative government. Mr. President.
Mr. Speaker, we are already seeing the negative effects of the government decision to reduce funding for the career placement program. Human resources officials can provide no information on the status of this program, and many community programs that are non-profit will be eliminated because of these Conservative cuts.
Has decided to reduce employment opportunity for students in rural communities and jeopardize programs offered by not-for-profit volunteer organizations.
Honourable Member for Laval. The competition called Hats Off to the Ladies is devised to reward young women who dare to leave the beaten path by enrolling in traditional male programs. At this time, the salary of women represents only 3/4 of the salaries earned by men unless they work in a predominantly male field. However, women represent only 11% of those enrolled in professional programs and 20% in technical programs. This competition is indispensable because it allows young women to broaden their horizons, and it breaks stereotypes. The applications for this competition end today, and the winners will be known on May 7th, and they will receive awards from $500 to $5,000, as well as professional training in France. And on behalf of all of my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois, I would like to salute all of these young women, and I wish them good luck.
For Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Conservative government's abandonment of the child care agreement with British Columbia has made it almost impossible for the parents to find a care for their children. Child care agencies such as Options are having their entire funding slashed because of this government's heartless treatment of children. The opening of the new Maxine Right Care Center that was to provide emergency support at-risk families is now on hold. And Surrey's teen parent program that supports young parents who want to complete their high school education has no idea how it will survive these cuts. With the elimination of these programs, Surrey and North Delta is witnessing firsthand how this government shamefully neglects the most vulnerable in our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, it has now been 255 days that the unelected, unaccountable Liberal senators have been filibustering Bill S4. Now, there are a lot of things one can do in 255 days. For example, sailing around the world. Ellen MacArthur not only sailed around the world, but she did it in 71 days. Mr. Speaker, that is almost 1/3 of the time that Bill S4 has been in the Senate. So let's compare the statistics on this. Bill S4 is 66 words, 3 clauses, in one simple concept, whereas sailing around the world is a 27,000-mile voyage while dealing with the elements such as gale force winds. And last time I checked, Mr. Speaker, there are no gale force winds in the Senate. As we all know, the Liberal leader is on the record for supporting Senate term limits, yet day after day he still cannot provide leadership to his caucus on this. Why? Is it that he simply just cannot get the job done?
Hear, hear. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Environment Minister astonished Canadians, as he often does, by claiming that trying to seriously reduce greenhouse gas emissions would result in an economic collapse similar to Russia's after the fall of communism. This is ludicrous even by the standards of the Flat Earth Society opposite. How can Canadians trust this minority government to take action on climate change when the Conservatives seem to believe that preserving our environment will destroy our economy?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I think that what we have to be able to understand is that, no, I'm not struggling at all. What we have to be able to understand is that when we discuss issues of this importance, we must be able to have a clear view of it. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I think it's the member from Ottawa South who indicated not long ago in the Globe and Mail, if Canada does ratify Kyoto, the cost would be as much as $40 billion. We're not saying that. Your members are saying that.
Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, notice that this side of the House talks only about cost and never about gain. It's obvious that reducing greenhouse gases, tackling climate change is an economic boom, not an economic drain. Why does this government try to scare Canadians into thinking the economy would be sacrificed by making a serious effort on global climate change?
In our approach, Mr. Speaker, is that we have and we are dedicated to doing something. That is the fundamental difference with what has been there on the other side. They can preach to us, Mr. Speaker, all they want. The reality of the thing is that we are investing in the climate change issues. We have invested over $2 billion in eco-energy projects. We have $1 billion. We have invested in the transit fund. We have been able to put money into public transit. They have done nothing. We're getting it done.
There's the honourable member to Wascana to restrain himself. He seems to be... I see he's on the list for questions and will have his opportunity in due course. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, Canada could be a world leader if we were to take measures now to fight climate change. Yesterday, the Minister of the Environment said that this would entail economic collapse. Why is this government trying to scare Canadians? Is it simply to hide their lack of action and political will? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, once again, we must be able to distinguish between the will and big announcements but little to offer of that was characteristic of the party opposite, and obviously the distinction between what we do. The Minister of the Environment was very clear yesterday. He was clear. We announced programs. We will continue to work on programs. We will continue to deliver for Canadians, and we will ensure that we will reduce greenhouse gases and polluting emitters. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have made a clear choice, or have a clear choice. There's the leader on this side who says that by eliminating greenhouse gases, there will be a megaton of wealth and prosperity. On the other side, we have a Minister of the Environment who simply wears a green tie as his environmental plan. When will they realize that the government, that they are losing jobs in Canada because of their environmental policies? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, wearing a green jacket also doesn't get the job done. Mr. Speaker, this is what the media is saying about the Kyoto, the Liberals' plan, Mr. Speaker. Jeffrey Simpson says, why I'm laughing at the Liberals' Kyoto motion. He says, there is no conceivable way that Canada can meet its Kyoto targets in their entirety. If the leader of the Liberals or the opposition members who agree with him don't know this, they should be sent to a special cram school on Kyoto. If they do know this, and chances are that they do, they're being politically disingenuous or intellectually dishonest, or worse, which is it?
Honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not as naive as this government thinks. They see clearly what the strategy of this government is. They're back in the Stone Age. Now they're using scare tactics. They're saying that our economy will look like that of the Soviet Union if we go ahead with our environmental measures. Instead of turning and looking at the past, shouldn't the minister look forward and do something to help us with this environmental plan and look to the future with a plan so that we will leave a better planet for future generations? The Parliamentary Secretary of the Environment and Minister of Environment.
It was that party that wanted to send billions of dollars to buy hot air credits. And Professor David Boyd told the committee, the legislative committee, that to achieve that kind of Kyoto target through domestic reductions would require a rate of emissions decline unmatched by any modern nation in the history of the world, except those that have suffered economic collapse, such as Russia and Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, they didn't get it done. Canadians have lost confidence. Mr. Speaker, this government is getting it done.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Minister responsible for official languages congratulated her colleague from the National Defence for putting forward a plan which will be promoting official languages in the Army. But how can a Francophone minister be part of a plan that will set bilingualism in the armed forces back 40 years? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have to stick to the facts, and the facts are quite revealing as far as this file is concerned. The Official Languages Commissioner and the former Commissioner did a report when the Liberal Party was in power. She concluded that the forces did not increase their bilingual staff as quickly as it should. So we have a new model now, a model based on the recommendations made by the Commissioner of Official Languages, and we're just following up on the recommendations. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. That's disinformation, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't make sense. And they are praising a plan for a colleague. Why doesn't the minister put her energy into putting into place the recommendations made by the former commissioner who denounced the Army's Defense's inability to respect official languages, the Honourable Minister of Transport? In fact, Mr. Speaker, there's not a big distinction. I agree with what my colleague said. The former Official Languages Commissioner denounced what was done under the former government. We have gone forward. We've taken the recommendations made in the report, and we are implementing it. And as far as that goes, Mr. Speaker, we are meeting the objectives as set forth by the Official Languages Commissioner, the Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, in addition to being bad for Francophones, the abandonment of bilingualism for the senior ranking members of the Army will have a negative impact on the Saint-Jean school, and it will lead to the close down of this school because the minister become aware of the arguments put forward by the union in the school that fears that this poorly informed decision will lead to the shutdown bit by bit of this school. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I must note that once again the Bloc Québécois, despite the fact that it talks a great deal, the Bloc talks a great deal but is unable to do absolutely anything whatsoever. But here on this side of the House we have set in motion a plan based on recommendations put forward by the Official Languages Commissioner. This is what we're doing, and we're taking action. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, this is a plan that will lead to a setback for official languages. Less bilingualism for senior ranking officers means that there will be less requests for language courses, and we can understand what the result of that will be.
Is the minister aware of the fact that the very livelihood of the school is at stake in the short term? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Once again, I have to repeat, Mr. Speaker, I have to repeat to my honourable colleague and say that the party speaks a great deal, but as far as delivering measures, the Bloc is incapable. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. During the last parliamentary session, we had a bill in the Senate, S3, and this was supported by all parties with the exception of the Bloc Québécois. Where are they? Where are they? They were simply not present. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Speaker, the NDP victory in the Ontario by-election yesterday shows how strongly the voters want action for livable wages, but not one province in Canada has a minimum wage that provides for this. The NDP member for Parkdale High Park has a bill that would reinstate the federal minimum wage and set it at $10 an hour. The Liberals killed the federal minimum wage in 1996. The question now is, will this government reinstate the federal minimum wage so that workers don't have to live in poverty?
The Honourable the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, on this issue, as well as other issues, this government is tackling the economic challenges that this country faces. We are doing it with a balanced budget approach. We are doing it with an economic update. The Minister of Finance has been extremely active on this file. We are creating jobs in this country. We will continue to create jobs in this country. That is what sustains our quality of life, and that's what sustains, of course, our economic forecast and perspective.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, maybe the Minister can explain how a federal employee in Vancouver can live on $8 an hour. It can't happen. You can barely support yourself, let alone your family on that. There is a choice here. This government can stand by and watch people drown in debt, or it can create decent public policy for a minimum wage. At a time when the business elites are racking in profits and the government has handed out billions in big oil subsidies, how can they refuse to set a decent living wage for their own workers under federal jurisdiction?
The Honourable the Minister of Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as everybody is aware, in the last budget we were able to cut income tax, personal income tax, for a period of 4 years to the tune of roughly $20 billion. We have alleviated a large number of people who were paying income taxes, and they do not pay income taxes anymore. We have also reduced the GST by 1%. We have helped companies in terms of their personal income tax and corporate tax. So, Mr. Speaker, when you ask us what this government is doing in terms of helping the economy, those are specific actions.
Well, Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, the Environment Minister's uninformed testimony before committee yesterday suggests that this government believes that over the next 5 years, making our businesses and homes more efficient will apparently cause economic collapse. That substantially increasing renewable energy power production in this country will cause economic collapse. That investing in exciting new technologies and rapidly expanding international carbon markets will apparently cause economic collapse. Mr. Speaker, can the government confirm to Canadians that this is indeed their position?
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister quoted Mr. Professor Boyd from UBC, and so it's unfortunate that the member was in a bad mood yesterday. Instead of he attacked the minister, he attacked the Auditor General at the committee. Mr. Speaker, he must have got off on the wrong side of the bed. But Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to working with our parties, including the opposition across. Mr. Speaker, we need to have a real plan. The plan is C30, not 288. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the members to start working and stop obstructing.
Well, Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, should we be surprised? This is a Minister of the Environment who oversaw a 125% increase in CO2 emissions in Ontario in his time as Energy Minister. It's clear we have a second Conservative Environment Minister who is not only defeatist, but who also sees environmental concerns as an economic nuisance. Right. Should we be surprised again? They slashed $5.6 billion in climate change programs. Painful. The Environment Minister got caught cheating at committee yesterday, but he couldn't answer dozens and dozens of questions on the basics of his file. When will the Prime Minister appoint an Environment Minister who does his basic homework and gets on?
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, it appears he's still in a bad mood. Mr. Speaker, the previous Liberal government misled Canadians when they announced $6 billion in climate change announcements, but only spent $1.3. What did Canadians get from that? Zero, Mr. Speaker. This government is taking action on the environment. Mr. Speaker, we announced $230 million for clean technology and the eco-energy, $300 million for smarter energy for Canadians through the Eco Energy Initiative, $1.5 billion for renewable energy technologies, $200 million to fight the pine beetle, $30 million for the Great Rainforest. Mr. Speaker, we're getting it done.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Environment Minister falsely pretended that former U.S. Vice President Al Gore endorsed conservative climate change policies. Well, several on this side actually know the former Vice President. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, this Environment Minister is no Al Gore. Far from commending conservatives, Mr. Gore told them to get with the program, get with Kyoto. Don't mimic George Bush. Catch on to the green agenda to drive prosperity and growth. That's what Al Gore really said. Why did the Environment Minister mislead the House?
Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the inconvenient truth is that the Liberals did nothing for 10 years. Mr. Speaker, the deputy leader of the Liberal Party said, I think our party has got us into a mess on the environment. The leader said, Mr. Speaker, do you think it's easy to set priorities? Mr. Speaker, he said it's not fair. What's not fair, Mr. Speaker, is the mess that they created. Mr. Speaker, we're getting it done. They didn't. We are.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
Clearly he can't answer the question, Mr. Speaker. This Environment Minister increased Ontario's dependence on coal. He was in the government that brought Ontario the Walkerton tragedy. At Treasury Board, he slashed over $5.6 billion from climate change action plans. Here's what Al Gore told CTV News not long ago, quote, I just refuse to believe that the Canadian people will go along with what the minority government there seems to want to do, unquote. Instead of misrepresenting Mr. Gore, will this government simply embrace his real advice?
Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess the question is who led this House in the last Parliament? Was it that member or was it the Environment Minister? But this House was misled. Mr. Speaker, Al Gore said, my friends in Canada tell me that across party lines, in all regions, there is strong support for Canada, once again is providing leadership in the world, fighting above its weight class, and showing moral authority to the rest of the world. Mr. Speaker, we're getting it done.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, and the Minister of Industry said with respect to the Boeing contract that he would refuse to set conditions. We find out today, however, that the Minister negotiated a clause to promote PME so they get 15% of the spin-offs. However, the presence of this clause in the contract is demonstration that the government had the capacity to set terms. Why didn't the government demand that Canada get its fair share, which would have been 60% of spin-offs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that question. Let me first remind all members that the goal of this procurement initiative was to obtain the necessary equipment for our Canadian forces to do their work. That said, last Friday we announced that the Boeing company has been awarded the contract for 4 strategic airlift planes, and I'm proud that this government is giving the tools to the men and women of our Canadian forces so that they may do their jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Quebec Association of the Aerospace Sector deplores the fact that nothing has been done for Quebec. He finds this is a totally unacceptable situation and regrets that the government didn't even share with the aerospace sector in Quebec, which represents 60% of the Canadian industry of the aerospace sector. How could a minister from Quebec been part and parcel of such a decision? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, Boeing knows that under the IRB policy, their investments are to be in advanced technology for their industrial benefit package to be acceptable. Boeing has agreed to direct at least 30% of their investments in 9 key technology areas to support the growth of the aerospace and defense industry, and these contracts will be given out fairly and transparently. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, not only has this government done nothing to ensure that Quebec benefits from the Boeing contract, but the Minister of the Environment yesterday in the committee talked about the possibility of setting up a carbon exchange in Toronto. Can the Minister explain why this should be set up in Toronto, whereas the Montreal Exchange has already been prepared to handle this for a long time now? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. It's regarding domestic carbon market. The minister made it very clear he will not entertain sending billions of dollars outside of Canada. Those dollars are going to be staying here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The Montreal Exchange could set up right now. There's nothing stopping that, Mr. Speaker. But what we need is a regulatory, mandatory framework, and that's the C30, Mr. Speaker, and that's part of the notice of intent.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. But, Mr. Speaker, everything's ready in Montreal. All we're waiting for is for some targets instead of what's the minister waiting for? Is he going to come up with some precise targets that would make it possible to have a carbon exchange set up in Montreal? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the minister announced those targets will be announced this spring. And, Mr. Speaker, the voluntary didn't work. That's why we're moving to a mandatory regulatory system where targets will be set. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is a government that's set to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we're considering the carbon market.
The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives betrayed another election promise because they promised that they said that a Conservative government would uphold the Official Languages Act and ensure that French and English have the same status, same privileges as to the use in all parliamentary institutions of the Government of Canada. And today, the Conservatives are no longer demanding that highly ranked officials of the Army be bilingual. That is a rejection of the Official Languages Act. Why? How can Conservative Francophone ministers do this to bilingualism? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what my Liberal friends are saying, they did nothing for official languages for 13 years. We didn't have a very good record as far as national defense and bilingualism was concerned. We are implementing the recommendations made by the former Commissioner of Official Languages. We will work right now. We will be working together to help Francophone members. The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have to renounce their plan to sabotage bilingualism in the Canadian forces. Lieutenant Colonel, now retired, Mr. Landry, declared that this decision would be hurtful to Francophones and put them in a language ghetto in Quebec and in the national capital. Why is this government, this minority government, is it being so cowardly and preventing Francophone troops to have access to services in the language of their choice? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. The Minister of National Defence has a language program that is the envy of all other federal institutions.
Details are emerging about the Conservative promise to recruit 23,000 new Canadian Forces personnel. After an expensive advertising campaign, access to information documents now show that the Conservatives were able to boost Canadian forces by only 35 people. At this rate, Mr. Speaker, only 657 more years until the Conservatives fulfill their campaign promise. With Canadian forces significantly overstretched in Afghanistan, how can the government explain this miserable recruitment failure?
Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his excellent question. It's an important topic, and I appreciate his interest in the military.
it's important for him to understand that we actually have exceeded our targets. In 2005-2006, we had a target of 5,500 enrollments, and we achieved 5,858 new members, so 106% of the new goal. So we're very much on track, and I appreciate his support for the military.
A member for Beauséjour.
Mr. Speaker, there are only 22,000 recruits to find, and the Parliamentary Secretary seems to feel that everything is fine. Have these recruitment efforts fallen flat because the official language policies have excluded a third of all possible recruits? When we're looking at recruiting new military, then it looks like we've got a disastrous policy here.
Paul.
Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, one thing must be made clear here. There is a limit to hypocrisy. For 13 years, that government had the file on their desk. They had the Commissioner of Official Languages that urged them to act. If they did nothing, we are getting the job done.
The honourable member for Fleetwood, Fort Kells.
Mr. Speaker, the homelessness partnering strategy that was announced in December is already getting things done to provide shelter for the homeless. The Cornerstone project in Victoria transformed a heritage building into homes for 4 families in partnership with the province, the city, regional districts and housing trusts. The NDP have suggested that the homeless would be left out in the cold without funding as we transition to the new homelessness partnering strategy. Can the Parliamentary Secretary update us on what Canada's new government is doing to ensure no group is left out in the cold?
Yeah, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure the member and inform the House that we are taking necessary steps to ensure that there is a smooth transition from the National Homelessness Initiative to the new Homelessness Partnership Strategy. I am pleased to say that existing authorities, including the terms and conditions of the National Homelessness Initiatives, have been extended by our government to allow projects that cannot be completed in the 2006-2007 fiscal year, and they will be completed in the new fiscal year. Yes, Mr. Speaker, would you tell them to be quiet? This means that the services, because I want to say this means this means that services to the home.
Now I'll tell everyone to be quiet. The time's expired, and we'll have some order because it's there seems to be a lot of unnecessary catcalling, if I can use that expression today. The honourable member, I said unnecessary. I didn't say who did it. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, China recently executed Ismail Samed, a Uyghur activist. With this troubling news, I fear for the life of Hussein Jalil, a Canadian being held captive in China. We don't have time for more excuses, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Foreign Affairs has failed to represent this man. They didn't attend the court hearing, and I understand the minister is furious. But fury and anger will not help Hussein Jalil. Can the government tell Canadians today when the next court date is so that Chinese officials know that Canadians will be watching to see that our citizens' rights are respected?
Honourable the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank that honourable member in particular for his concern about Mr. Jalil's fate and his raising this matter in a constructive fashion. As the member is aware, 2 diplomats have been dispatched by the Beijing Embassy on direct instructions from the Prime Minister to Urumqi. They have not been able to get access to Mr. Jalil. We continue to raise this matter. We have not been informed officially of a future court date. But let me say, Mr. Speaker, that in the words of the World Uyghur Congress yesterday, they are profoundly grateful to the support of this government on human rights and the case of Mr. Jalil in particular.
Honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the government should know that the trial has been adjourned until the Chinese New Year. The next court date won't be until March. The member from Calgary South East called for a high-level delegation last summer. Now is the time to act. Will this government commit to sending an all-party group to China to monitor the trial of Hussein Jalil when it resumes in March, and show China that Canada means business when we talk about standing up for our citizens. I'm ready to go to China. The Canadians want action now. They want the government to act.
Honourable the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate again the member's concern for this very troubling matter, and I would assure him that there is no higher delegation than that of the Prime Minister of Canada who raised this matter very directly with the PRC President Hu Jintao at the APEC meeting, Mr. Speaker. This has been raised by every single minister of this government with their interlocutors. I myself will be meeting with the Deputy Foreign Minister of the PRC this afternoon and will, of course, raise this matter again. I encourage all members to join together collaboratively, Mr. Speaker, in demanding that justice be done and that China observe its legal obligations in this case.
Honourable Member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs told this House that there are no identifiable ITAR difficulties with regard to this government's C-17 Boeing procurement. At the same time, she said, and I quote, "The Prime Minister and a number of our ministers have indicated our deep concern about this American policy," end of quote. Rather than doublespeak, will this government demand that ITAR will no way apply to this procurement contract?
Honourable the Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My answer is no different today than it was yesterday for the member. At present, there are no identifiable ITAR difficulties with respect to the C-17 procurement. What I also said yesterday is that we do, of course, recognize that there are many companies who have concerns and difficulties with this ITAR policy of the United States. And our Prime Minister and many ministers have raised this concern about this American policy, and we will continue to work.
Honourable Member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Just spare me those dismissive attitudes. We also know that this law doesn't only discriminate against Canadians in the private sector, but it also forbids civil servants from working on contracts serving their own country. When will this end? When will the government guarantee that discriminatory U.S. ITAR rules will not affect public servants? When will this Prime Minister get something done for Canadians like me?
Honourable the Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can honestly say that it definitely wouldn't have been the Liberal government who was able to have a good relationship with the United States in order to get this policy done, because they did not succeed. Our government and officials will continue to have talks with Washington with a view, of course, of resolving this issue, but I reiterate that there are no identifiable ITAR difficulties with the C-17 procurement.
Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, this government has been in power for a year and has yet to deliver their wait times guarantee. First, they pretended they would do the job, then they passed the buck to the provinces and territories with no new money to help. When will this health minister put his money where his mouth is and implement the health wait times guarantee his government promised to all Canadians in the last election?
The Honourable the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that this government is acting on wait time guarantees. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we have a minister who is meeting today to even make further progress with his provincial and territorial counterparts. We have announced 4 pilot projects for wait time guarantees for First Nations people, diabetes and prenatal care, and for pediatric care. And Mr. Speaker, this government added money to the health care transfer, not slashed $2.5 billion from those transfers.
Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, this government in campaign did not promise pilot projects. It promised a health care guarantee for everyone. The provinces are afraid that if they follow the Conservative formula, they will be broke in 2 years. If the Conservatives are serious about fixing the wait times issue, why won't they listen to the provincial health ministers and give them the money to get the job done? Why are Canadians still waiting for the wait time guarantee?
Honourable the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out it's not 13 years, it's less than 13 months, in fact, that we've been in power, and we have at least gone forward with pilot projects. We are working on wait time guarantees rather than just making empty promises and not moving anything forward on behalf of Canadians and their health.
The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. Mr. Speaker, the future This culture of entitlement is still alive and well in the government. We see the lieutenant governor's expenses in Quebec, 3 different restaurants in one day. Fishing trip where even the worms were paid for by the taxpayers, the thousands of dollars for a garden party. How can this government that talks about accountability indicate that this public servant is not accountable? The Minister of Transport, well, in fact, I learned, like the honourable member did, of the expenses of the Lieutenant Governor, and everyone here in the House became aware of this. Well, we are looking at this critically. People who take these responsibilities have to carry out those responsibilities, and I hope that the person in question can responsibly assume her role. The honourable member. Heritage Canada is no longer asking for receipts from the Lieutenant Governor, even though it pays $150,000 for this useless position. We have the case of David Dingwall and Andre Ouellet. They acted in that case. How can they not act in this case? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Accountability for any expenditure and use of public funds. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague has indicated, we now have a reasonable and a fair allotment, and we will be looking in to make sure that every expense is accounted for and that we can deliver value for Canadian dollars.
Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, it's been over 5 months since the Northwestern Health Unit released a report detailing the deplorable health conditions that the people of Pikangikum First Nations are forced to live with. Chief Pascal and his councillors have worked tirelessly to bring attention to his people's suffering. When I visited the community last month, the message was very clear. To improve the health of the community, the power line must be completed. The minister promised to rectify this situation, but the government has been stalling. When will the government recognize the suffering of the people of Pikangikum, make the completion of the power line a priority?
The Government House Leader.
I'm very happy to have the Minister of Indian Affairs get back to you on that question.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Saxville Eastern Shore clearly opposes a transparency, accountability, and empowerment of stakeholders that would result from the modernizing of the Fisheries Act. Will the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans bow to the NDP's crass political games, or will he deliver what's right for Canadian fishermen? Will he ensure that these public resources are managed for and in collaboration with Canadians?
Honourable the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Speaker, I'm working with my willing colleagues on both sides of the House, with my provincial counterparts, with industry, with First Nations, with NGOs, to make sure we do a good job of modernising the Act, protecting the fishery and fish resources, which are public, not private resources. And Mr. Speaker, most people are willing to work with us because they know the Act should be modernised, except the NDP, who, as usual, are off track. And I heard them brag earlier about winning a single seat in Ontario yesterday. Well, they got wiped out in 3 elections in Newfoundland, where the Progressive Conservatives had 3 landslide victories.
Honourable Member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister announced Wednesday that his government will pursue negotiations under GATT Article 28 to limit the importation of milk protein concentrates. He also announced that the CFIA will begin a regulatory process to address the compositional standards of cheese. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister confirm if he has sent notification to the WTO in regard to Article 28, and if not, when he intends to do so? And could he please state when the CFIA will begin the process to address compositional standards for cheese?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, the minister was very clear on Wednesday when he said he was committed to dealing with this in the very short term. So we will be pleased to advise the member when these actions are taken.
Columbia Southern Interior.
I thank the member for his answer. It'd like to be nice to have a precise date when this will happen. Mr. Speaker, another possible disaster is on the horizon for Western farmers. If the wheat board is weakened or disappears, the Western Grain Research Facility will need a new legislated mechanism for collecting research funds from farmers or risk having new variety research move into private hands. What consideration has the Minister of Agriculture given to how changes to the CWB Act will affect the wheat and barley research checkoff mechanism currently supported by over 90% of the farmers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a reasonable question. We will be continuing to fund research in grains in Western Canada, but I'm actually interested in why the NDP is not asking issues that are directly of concern to farmers. We have price signals in Western Canada that show that Western Canadian farmers are receiving 85 cents to $1 a bushel less on their barley under the present system than they would on the open market, and yet the Wheat Board or the NDP continues to ask questions unrelated to that. I'm wondering why he doesn't ask questions that are directly related to farmers' income and to changing this system and the system that farmers need changed so desperately.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last night, in response to my question on the Manitoba economy, the Conservative MP for Nepean Carleton had the audacity to describe Winnipeg as a city where, quote, streets are ruled by guns, gangs, and thugs. The people of Manitoba will be interested to know this is how their province is viewed by this Conservative government, Mr. Speaker. Is this the view shared by the President of the Treasury Board? Is this view shared by his Manitoba Conservative colleagues? Indeed, Mr. Speaker, is this the view of the Prime Minister? The people of Manitoba are watching and they want an apology.
Honourable the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, Mr. Speaker, having lived in Winnipeg for some part of my life as well, I too am very concerned about the gangs, guns and drugs. I've spoken to the Mayor of Winnipeg about this issue. I've spoken to the NDP government about this issue. They are concerned. The person who should get on side is that member who has gutted our legislation in terms of actually getting tough on guns, gangs, and drugs. She wants to see them continue on the streets. We are opposed. We want safe streets.
The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Speaker, on a very similar note, week after week we see reports in the nightly news of another shooting in our major cities. Many of these gunmen are involved in organized crime. But what is most troubling is that some of them are actually out on bail, awaiting trial on other gun-related charges. Unreal. My question is for the Justice Minister, Mr. Speaker. What is the government doing to stop criminals from committing gun crimes while out on bail and awaiting trial?
Good question. Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I commend my honourable colleague for that question. Mr. Speaker, we've been introducing legislation that will help reduce crime, increase people's confidence in the criminal justice system, and make our community safer. That's why I'm glad next week we'll be debating Bill C-35, which will provide a reverse onus for those individuals who are charged with serious gun crimes who are seeking bail. This is the kind of legislation we need, Mr. Speaker. It's supported by the Premier of Ontario and the Mayor of the City of Toronto. It should be supported by everyone in this House.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, at Losha Native Family Healing Services were promised funding and a contract in November of last year under Skippy. They have heard nothing since. They need the money for crash beds at their shelter. Instead of beds, young men are sleeping on the banks of the river in London. This is shameful. It's unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, this is winter. Some nights it's minus 25 degrees. Will the minister tell me when the funding will actually get to Atlasha? There is less than 8 weeks left, and there are other organizations like Vancouver's Luma Native Housing Society and Young Wolf's Lodge. Mr. Speaker, I'm not...
The Honourable, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Human Resources.
On December 19, 2006, we announced the new two-year, $269.6 million homelessness partnering strategy, which will be in effect April 1, 2007. All the necessary steps are being taken to ensure that there is a smooth transition from the National Homelessness Initiative to the new homelessness partnering strategy. I am pleased to see that this that this will allow projects to be completed in the new fiscal year, and this means that services to homeless persons will continue and without disruption. Mr. Speaker, we care about the homeless.
For Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the recent Monk Center report on G8 countries meeting their climate change commitments said, and I quote, Canada received the lowest score because of this government's change in policy and attitude toward the Kyoto Protocol. The Monk Center said, Mr. Speaker, it's directly attributable to this government. Will the government move past denial and spin and produce an investment plan to use responsible climate change action as a driver of Canadian economic growth and productivity?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's another indictment on the Liberal Party for 13 years of inaction on the climate file, Mr. Speaker. But it's no surprising because the leader of the Liberal Party says, I'll be part of Kyoto, but I'll say to the world, I don't think I'll make it. And Mr. Speaker, the member from Ottawa South said, when people see the cost of Kyoto, they're going to scream, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they didn't get it done. Mr. Speaker, we will.
Hear, hear.
That will bring it to a conclusion la période des questions pour aujourd'hui.
That is the end of question period for today.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Oh, the honourable member for Wascana is rising on a point of order.
Apropos the subject of tabling documents, during the question period, reference was made to certain quotations from the former Vice President of the United States, Mr. Al Gore. Mr. Gore was, in fact, misquoted by the government, and the evidence clearly shows that. Mr. Speaker, I would be curious to know what quote exactly the Environment Minister was referring to when he made reference to Mr. Gore earlier this week. And I would ask him to table that quote in this House because, in fact, even Mr. Gore's staff cannot find it.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will be glad to share this quote. It was actually it was February the 7th of 2007, February the 5th, which is just a few days ago. And this is the quote. My friends in Canada tell me that across party lines and in all regions, there is very strong support for Canada. Once again, it's providing leadership in the world, fighting above its weight class and showing moral authority to the rest of the world. That's what Canada is known for, end quote. Mr. Speaker, this government is getting it done. Unfortunately, the member is quite upset about that because of his lack of action. I will table this.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages biographical notes of Mr. Marc Meyrand, who the government is proposing to be appointed as the Chief Electoral Officer, pursuant to Standing Order 111.1 sub 1. This matter is to be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34, I have the honour to present to the House reports from the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association concerning the 18th Commonwealth Parliamentary Seminar held in the Turks and Caicos from May 28th to June 3rd, 2006.
Reports from interparliamentary delegation.
From committees. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 33rd report from the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs, which was submitted by the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 91.1, subsection 2, this report contains items added to the order of precedent under private members' business that should not be designated non-votable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.1.2, the report is deemed adopted.
Member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable, the Chief Government Whip and Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's been discussions between all parties. I think you'll find there's unanimous consent for the following motion, that in relation to its study on refugee issues, 12 members of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration be authorized to travel to Kingston, Ontario on February 11th and 12th, 2007, and that the necessary staff to accompany the committee.
Does the Honourable Chief Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? D'accord.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Carried.
Motion.
Motions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, I have over 150 signatures of my constituents who are concerned about the Terminator genetic use restriction technology, and they are calling upon Parliament to enshrine in legislation a permanent national ban on Terminator technologies to ensure that these are never planted, field-tested, patented, or commercialized in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
With the growing crime of human trafficking in Canada and worldwide, I have before this House close to 1,000 signatures, and the petition goes as follows. We, the undersigned citizens of Canada, draw attention to the House of the following. Whereas the trafficking of women and children across...
Order. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul knows that she cannot read a petition to the House. She can give a brief summary, and I'd invite her to do that rather than read it. I wouldn't want to get her in trouble in breaching the rules.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I was not aware I couldn't read it. My apologies for that. But however, saying that, this is a very important petition for human trafficking. Close to 1,000 people have signed it to stop human trafficking and calling on the government to continue its work to combat the trafficking of persons worldwide and here in Canada as well.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. L'Honourable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
D'accord.
Agreed.
Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Ordre du jour, reprise du débat. Resuming debate on a motion pursuant to the Anti-Terrorism Act. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are dealing with two provisions of the Criminal Code that were added through the anti-terrorism legislation, and I'd like to say that no one, and I would be the first one to say that no one denies the terrorism threat and the need to have appropriate means to combat it, and we have to understand that this vote is limited and will only deal on two provisions of the Act, the one involving preventive arrest and investigations, 83.28, and others as amended by Clause 4 of the Anti-Terrorism Act. And we agree with the majority of the members on the committee as to investigations, but we are not of the same opinion as to the preventative arrest that are in 83.3 of the Criminal Code and provided for in the Anti-Terrorism Act. And this is an important issue. We are all trying to find a fair balance between fighting terrorism and the respect of individual rights. And for this reason, I must make some preliminary remarks. Fighting terrorism can't be done through legislation, but rather through the work of police forces and intelligence services. There is no terrorist act that does not already involve criminal offenses that would attract the strictest punishment under the criminal code. This applies to premeditated murder as well as to the destruction of infrastructures. And when justices have to exercise their discretion in sentencing, they will take into account the motivation of the terrorists as an aggravating factor, and they will conclude that the chances of rehabilitation are limited, that the chances of reoccurrence are great, and dissuasion must be taken into account. This is what they have done in the past, and there's no reason to believe that they won't do it in the future. When it comes to terrorism, deterrence has its limits. For example, it is hard to think that you can deter someone from being a suicide terrorist because they feel that they're part of a historic movement. They're hoping for some type of triumph in the very near future, and they're also hoping to become heroes, and many often believe that they will have their reward in the next world. So we have to find the tools that will allow us to effectively combat terrorism, and it is true that legislation can be amended if it appears that the police don't have the necessary legal means to face this new terrorist threat. And we have to ensure that the measures that are put forward do not unduly unbalance what balance should exist between fair values of justice and the respect of individual rights, which are characteristics of our society, while ensuring a better protection of all Canadians and Quebecers, as well as the world community. Section 83.3, which provides for arrests and certain conditions, was put forward as one of these measures when it was adopted, and it was introduced as something that was necessary to allow police officers to intervene to prevent a terrorist act from being committed or to interrupt some type of terrorist activity. And this provision has never been used. It will not be surprising to learn that, because police officers can use the current provisions of the criminal code to arrest someone who is about to commit a crime. Clause 495 of the criminal code states that a police officer can, without a warrant, arrest someone who he feels on reasonable grounds is about to commit an offense, and this person has to be taken before a judge who will then or could then impose the same provisions as those found in 83.3 and could even prevent releasing that person if he feels that he poses a threat to public safety. If a person is about to commit a terrorist act, and if the police are aware of this, then they are aware because of some type of electronic monitoring or other intelligence that leads them to believe that a criminal act, and therefore a terrorist act, is about to be committed. They can be aware of a plot or an attempt, and they simply need to lay this charge in order to arrest the person. Do we think that police officers in the current system would allow a bank robber to rob a bank before stopping the robbery from taking place? No, they could intervene with the current laws, and they could do this as well if they were faced with a terrorist act that was about to be committed. Someone who is arrested in this way or accused will eventually have a trial, and this accused can then mount a full and complete defense and could be acquitted if the suspicion is unfounded or if no evidence can be brought to justify a guilty verdict, and the terrorist act would have been interrupted as effectively as if the legislation had been used. This provision is the one that could most likely lead to abuse, because it could be used to tag someone as a terrorist on evidence that isn't strong enough for a real accusation, and something that he will never be able to be relieved of. He would not be able to travel by air or cross the border into the United States, and it is very likely that this person would lose his job and might never find another one. We could compare this to the situation faced by Mayor Arar when he returned from Syria before the O'Connor report. It could be even worse, because it would be similar to the suspicion that was brought forward by the RCMP against Mr. Arar, and there could be certain conditions imposed in order to prevent terrorist activities. And for the general public, this person would be branded a terrorist. Often terrorist movements are born and nourished from a strong sense of injustice, and the fight against injustice is often led by people who want to correct the injustice through democratic and nonviolent means, while others feel it is necessary to resort to terrorist actions. The first ones represent a positive change in the society in which we live, and they are often at the origins of many of the laws that we have. And it is unavoidable that the former and the latter will cross paths. The former use nonviolent means, and they are often not aware that the latter are undertaking terrorist activities, because these activities are secret by nature. And the way in which you can brand someone who has no intention of undertaking any terrorist actions is disconcerting, because the security agencies have electronic surveillance, but as we saw in the Arar case, they also observe the contacts of people who are suspected of being part of a terrorist network. And in order to determine whether incarceration is required or whether there are conditions for release according to this clause, the judge would have to be convinced that, and I quote, the detention is necessary so as not to undermine public confidence in the administration of justice in view of all of the circumstances, including the fact that the peace officers' motives under Section 2 appear well-founded, and the seriousness of any terrorist activity that could be carried out, end quote.
In other words, apprehension of serious terrorist activity that seems to be well-founded is at stake here. We also should note that the individual who could be arrested is not necessarily the individual who would be likely to commit an act, but, and here I quote, may be the person whose arrest is necessary to avoid the execution of a terrorist act, end of quote. There's an important nuance here, which is most surprising and worrisome. It could cover innocent individuals who are unaware of why a terrorist is trying to get them involved in any of their activities, because the truth is hidden from them. Secrecy is essential to terrorist activities. Some people view this reference to 810, and here I'm talking about people who are really innocent. People have absolutely no inkling that something serious is going on, and these people are innocent, but they can be arrested under these sections. That is what the difficulty is. Some people see that this reference to 810 of the Criminal Code, that similar reviews can be requested under different parts of the code. There is quite a big difference, however, in the consequences. 810 states that and here I quote, the person who fears someone else or fears a person's spouse or whatever can lay an information before an officer of the peace, end of quote. This other individual is therefore brought in, not arrested, before a judge who can make this person sign a recognizance order stating that he or she will not trouble the peace or disturb the peace. It's almost it's a commitment. The person cannot be put in jail unless the person refuses to sign the reconnaissance order. And there have to be reasonable grounds. If the person signs the reconnaissance and respects the conditions, the person will remain free, and there will be no criminal record associated with this person. This article or section is often used in cases of domestic violence, or when, let's say, some animosity is developed between two people and one person fears for his or her life. I've seen this used successfully for domestic quarrels, and this often happens in the case of unrequited love as well, when someone almost stalks the other person. 83.3, which we are studying right now, there is a big difference, and the consequences are dramatically different. There is no measure when one considers the harm that can be done to someone's reputation under 83.3. When we decide to set aside basic principles in our legal system, there is always a concern that these measures will be used for situations that are totally unforeseen. What about the War Measures Act in 1970, when a wonderful poet, a well-known singer, all these people were incarcerated, and almost all of the candidates for a political party were put in jail as well. Under 83.3, which was introduced into the Criminal Code by the Anti-Terrorism Act, should not be renewed by Parliament for two main reasons. On the one hand, it is of negligible use. It's not an effective tool against terrorism. And secondly, the use that could be made of these provisions is a danger that, with respect to citizens' rights. If a terrorist act is judged to be dangerous, or may be, well, I think we could fight terrorism by using the regular clauses set forth in the Criminal Code. 83.28, the other measure that concerns the investigations. We do agree with the majority here. We share the opinions of the most members of the committee. This led to we also agree with most of the recommendations made in the majority report of the committee in order to set better terms of reference for the investigations. This section comes into play in special situations where there may be an imminent risk of serious damage, and it does not apply to acts already committed. We, like the other members of the committee, agree that we need to review these measures later on so that we can determine their pertinence. We would have preferred a 3-year time frame, but the majority of the committee was in favor of a longer time period, and we'll abide by that. But we're prepared to bow to the majority opinion of the committee. that therefore we should ensure that these exceptional measures do have an end to it. Do I have any time left, Mr. Speaker? Good. I hope that people understand that if we're against this measure, it's not because we're in favor of terrorism. Not only were these measures never used, if they were not used, it's because they were not of any use. There are other provisions in the criminal code that can apply, but in the case of the second provision, yes, I don't expect the current government over the next few years will use it unfairly, but there's always a possibility that it be used improperly, and the risk of labeling. I'll give you a concrete example. I had a political attaché who was wonderful, and when he showed up, when he said he was going to run, his wife said that she was going to leave him. He was very disappointed. They had a very important discussion, but during the discussion, his wife said, I was afraid that he would lose control. He did not lose control. He never hit her. He didn't break anything in the house, but she said she was afraid that he would lose control. So the police came, and they applied Section 810. So he wanted to sign. He was prepared to sign this reconnaissance order because, given the situation, he did not intend to hurt his wife whatsoever. But this was interpreted as a conviction of domestic violence. And so you can see he was labeled. And this labeling ruined his political career. Fortunately, he was being used somewhere else. But this same labeling could apply to someone who simply rub shoulders with terrorists. That's a type of danger that exists in this bill, and we have to avoid it. This is a useless measure that's never been used, and there is a real danger that it could be misused if used. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise from my seat to speak to this motion. And I'm particularly pleased because it would appear, because of a significant shift that I think we are now seeing in the Liberal Party, that this motion, in fact, will be defeated. And, Mr. Speaker, that for the interests of civil liberties and human rights in this country, I see as a significant victory. Mr. Speaker, the motion that we're confronted with takes us back to 9/11 and to the response of this House and this government, I mean the federal government, not this particular government, to how we were going to deal with our concerns over terrorism. The response of the Liberal government at that time, supported by the Conservative Party, was Bill C-36, what became known as the Anti-Terrorism Act. And in the course of that initial debate, which was very quick, Mr. Speaker, that bill, which is a huge bill encompassing amendments to a large number of pieces of legislation, the Criminal Code, the Evidence Act, finance bills, a large number, very complex bill, and very extensive in its reach, was rushed through in a little less than 2 months with little debate. And we heard this repeatedly, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, from those witnesses who did appear in front of our committee in the review that is still ongoing. And Mr. Speaker, it's a classic in terms of this legislation that when we are faced with a crisis, that we repeat so often the errors of history, by overreacting, by in fact panicking, and passing legislation that strikes at our fundamental values, at our fundamental principles, and on our fundamental rights. And that's what we did with C-36. I'm very proud to say that the NDP at that time, led by the Deputy Speaker now, current Deputy Speaker, led the opposition to the use of this kind of draconian legislation, and we voted against it. And we've maintained our opposition to it throughout this entire period of time. We continue to do that today. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that the sections that gave us the greatest concern and that gave all civil libertarians and people concerned about justice, the sections that gave us the greater concern are the two that we are faced with extending today. And, Mr. Speaker, those sections involve the, it's almost an academic terminology of investigative hearings. What it really is, Mr. Speaker, is the compulsory attendance and giving of evidence. And that's really what it is. It's a compulsory breach, really, of our fundamental right to remain silent. But we breached that with that section. And the second one is, again, euphemistically referred to as a recognizance section, but it really is about preventative detention, as much as the advocates in favor of it would want you to believe otherwise. And so in panic, in a gross overreaction, and in undermining some of our long-standing values and principles and rights, we passed that back in late 2001, coming into effect in the year 2002. Mr. Speaker, even those people who, members of Parliament at that time who were supportive of the bill, recognized how fundamentally flawed and how risky and dangerous it was to our rights. So they put in a sunset clause. This was after great pressure from my party and from civil libertarians across the country, and from a number of specific communities. I think of the labor movement, I think of the Muslim community, a number of ethno-cultural communities, very concerned about it. The First Nations were very concerned about it. So in response to that very well-defined and well-articulated fears, the government of the day put in provisions that those two particular clauses, and they're quite extensive clauses, we're not talking a paragraph or two here, we're talking pages and pages, but that they would be sunsetted after 5 years unless there was a vote in both houses of Parliament, here in the House of Commons and in the Senate, supporting an extension. That motion, by the way, Mr. Speaker, is cannot be amended. So even if today one of the opposition parties wanted to move an amendment to the motion that's before us, we are not allowed to do that by statutory compulsion. So we proceeded, Mr. Speaker. The legislation also provided for a mandatory 5-year review of this legislation. That review was given over first to the Justice Committee in the last Parliament, and a subcommittee was appointed to deal with it, which I sat on. We did not complete that work before the last election, and we started it again now in front of a separate permanent committee, standing committee of the House, known as the Public Safety and National Security Committee. Again, a subcommittee of that was appointed, and again, a number of us sat on that subcommittee, who had also sat on it prior to. We came forward with a report that was a majority and minority report written, and I want to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, the very fine work that was done by the previous speaker, the member from Marc-Aurèle Fortin from the Bloc, who, along with myself, wrote a minority report, again expressing very grave concern about the continuation of these two sections, and in fact advocating their swift removal from our laws. The majority, on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, which was basically all of the members on the committee, and both the subcommittee and the full committee, from the Liberals and the Conservatives, supported an extension of these sunset clauses by 5 years, for 5 years, at which time there would be another review requiring another vote. I'm very happy to say, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal Party, by the speakers who have spoken so far today, have now decided they're not going to hold that position, and in fact, I understand from their statements quite clearly that they are going to be voting against the motion. And so again, with a great deal of optimism and relief, quite frankly, for a number of our communities in this country, I believe this motion is going to be voted down at the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, one final point, just maybe a technical one, is that vote has to take place by next Thursday, since we don't have votes on Friday in this House, because the deadline is next Friday, is the 16th of February. So if the two resolutions from the two houses have not been voted on affirmatively by that time, it would fail automatically. I quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, because I believe it's really important for Parliament to speak in opposition to these types of draconian measures, that we speak against them. And we do that very formally by way of a vote in this House. So I'm hoping that next week we will have the vote and that these sections will be struck down from our laws. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important as well to recognize the work that did go on in the committee, both in the previous Parliament and in the current Parliament. I have to say that after the Parliament resumed, after the 2005-2006 election, the determination was made, not exactly sure I would have agreed with it, but we determined that we would not take any additional witnesses and would rely on all of the witnesses that we had heard in the previous Parliament. That review, by the way, Mr. Speaker, had been going on for almost a full year. I didn't try to calculate, add up how many witnesses we had, but they were very, very large numbers. I want to say with regards to those witnesses that it was striking, and I have to say I don't think I've experienced this in any other committee work that I've done, how striking it was that the witnesses that we heard from the government side, and I don't mean that in terms of partisanship, I mean people who work within the government structure, whether it was the RCMP, whether it was CSIS, any of our other intelligence agencies, all of those, people from the Department of Justice, all of them supported the continuation of the legislation, that it basically was perfect, and with other than some changes in commas and punctuation, it really didn't need any changes. What was so striking then was that all of the other witnesses, with only a few exceptions, and literally there were probably 50 to 100 presentations, whether they were from academics, civil liberties groups, ethnocultural members. There was even some representation or witnesses taken internationally. But with very few exceptions, the overwhelming evidence was this. You didn't need to do this in the first place. You should get rid of it. You don't need it. That you've got provisions within the existing criminal justice system to deal with every single problem that you're attempting to address in this legislation. And that was the overwhelming evidence that we took and that we heard throughout all of that testimony. Mr. Speaker, it's one of those times in our history when we need to learn from our history. Whether it is the abuse by government action towards the Japanese Canadians during the Second World War. And I often ask the rhetorical question, if you would have asked the average Canadian, run-of-the-mill Canadian, that's probably not, there probably aren't any run-of-the-mill Canadians, just the average Canadian, before 1939, could you see your government ever attacking an entire community because of their racial background and their country of origin? Even if they had been here for generations and generations, confiscate all their lands, in effect imprison them for an entire period of the war. If you'd have asked the average Canadian in 1939, before the start of the Second World War, you'd have gotten an overwhelming, and I suggest, Mr. Speaker, maybe even an absolute answer of no to that. And similarly, Mr. Speaker, before the October crisis of 1970, if you would have asked the average Canadian if they could imagine that because of the conduct of a dozen to 15 people in the province of Quebec, that the War Measures Act would have been invoked against the entire population of Quebec based on a totally false assumption of an apprehended insurrection. And the answer, again, Mr. Speaker, I believe would have been an overwhelmingly no. We could never imagine seeing that happen. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, if you would have asked people before 9/11 that this type of legislation would ever be passed, given what happened, if you study the history of what happened after the War Measures Act was invoked, and then the repealing it and moving into an emergency legislation that was much more appropriate in terms of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, bringing into play in that period of time the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the average Canadian would have said, we don't need this legislation. We would never pass that kind of legislation. We would not have preventative detention in this country. But in fact, we did. And in all three of those occasions, Mr. Speaker, it's the same dynamic that's going on. A crisis, real or imagined, and then an overreaction in a time of panic. We're beyond that, Mr. Speaker, and I say that to all members of the House. We're beyond that. We have a responsibility to look at the role that terrorism plays, not only in our country but internationally, respond to that in a manner that says we are going to absolutely protect our citizens to the nth degree as much as we possibly can, but we're not going to give in to terrorism. We're not going to breach our fundamental values. We're not going to break the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And if we come from it from that vantage point, if we say, what does it take to protect our people? That's our responsibility. It's the absolutely fundamental responsibility, the absolute priority of all responsibilities we have as members of Parliament and that every government has to their citizens, is to make sure that they're safe to the absolute degree that we can make that possible. But it is a Pyrrhic victory. It's a Pyrrhic victory if we say we do that by passing this kind of legislation, or as in this case, the vote that's required here is we continue it. And what it really means, Mr. Speaker, is that we've given in out of fear, out of panic, and those people who would use violence to achieve their end, they won. That's really what happened in 2001, 2002 when we passed this. The terrorists won because we gave in to those fears. Canadians, all members of Parliament, have to show courage. We have to say, yes, there are methodologies that we need to employ. There's additional resources that we need to put in to fighting terrorism or people who will use acts of violence to achieve their ends. Whether that's organized crime, Mr. Speaker, or people doing it for a political motivation or ideological motivation. And, Mr. Speaker, when we do that, that's when we respond most effectively. When we put into place additional resources as required. I mean, one of the things we saw clearly, not only in Canada but across the globe, was that our intelligence services were not well enough coordinated. And I have to say, from all the experience I've had in the last several years of investigating, that continues to be a problem. We've resolved it to a great degree in Canada, but it's not finished. And there's additional work that has to be done there. We learned, for instance, Mr. Speaker, that we didn't have enough members of our intelligence services who were fluent in enough languages. And so the gathering of information, the gathering of intelligence was diminished. Our ability to do it and the effectiveness was diminished because of that. Those are the kind of programs we have to look at putting into play. We looked at increasing technology, but the reality was that after looking at particularly at the American experience, that wasn't the best way to go. What we really needed was more people on the street doing traditional intelligence gathering. Those are the kind of methodologies that we have to look at. Those are the kind of resources that we need to deploy. But using this kind of legislation is, quite frankly, useless. Again, going back to my friend from the bloc, the comments he made about, and we all recognize this, that these sections have not been used, or attempted to be used on one occasion, have not been used. It's a reflection of the need or lack of need for them. It's also a reflection, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is the most accurate assessment, is that we already have the tools. If we identify, if we need to do investigations, and we need to lay charges and need to move to try to convict, those tools are already all there. And we heard that again from the witnesses over and over and over again. You don't need to be doing this. Better to spend your time, your effort, your resources in other areas, because your criminal justice system is already functioning to the degree that you want it to, effectively against this kind of conduct. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to end at this point, again, going back to our responsibility. There isn't a member of this House, no matter which party they belong to, that for 1 second would say we're going to do anything less than the absolute we need to do to protect our citizens.
Hear, hear.
It's really about how we best do that. And this legislation is not the way to do it. In fact, in some respects, Mr. Speaker, it's a false credibility that we give, that we, in fact, have done everything. It was one of the reasons I think we reacted the way we did. We said, well, we've got to do something. We've got to say to the electorate that we're doing something. And the easiest way to do that is pass legislation. Whether it works or not seems to be a secondary consideration. But it gives them a false sense of confidence and a false sense of security. And if we really want to give that to them, to all of our citizens, to all the residents of Canada, then we do that by applying some of the methods I've talked about, not by passing useless pieces of legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very proud when the NDP stand and vote against this motion next week, because it's bad legislation. It strikes at the core of our values, and it is time to get it off the books. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great. Speak.
Questions and comments? The Honourable London West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I note that this member, together with the bloc member, had a dissenting report in the committee, the subcommittee report that I know they worked very hard on. And in that report, there was a discussion of Section 495 of the Criminal Code and the use that that could have in being an alternate way for a peace officer may arrest without warrant. And I wonder if he would expand on the arguments that he made in that area specifically. That would be as contrast to the provision for preventative arrest that currently exists. And I know that he covered this in his in the interim report. And I would like to hear more from this chamber.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
I want to say that, again, according credit to the member for Marc-Aurèle, that I want to give him credit because he came up with the argument initially. Obviously, I supported him on it. Mr. Speaker, what we're really saying there is that we have existing provisions within the Criminal Code to deal with the kind of investigation, including if the police officer has a reasonable basis on which to arrest, that all of those provisions are there, and they've worked well. They've worked well whether we're dealing with minor, insignificant crimes. I always hate using that term, but a minor crime, all the way up to very serious crimes. Those provisions, in terms of the investigative tools, are there in 495 and other sections of the code. It gives our police agencies, including our intelligence agencies, all of the authority that they already need. You know, it was interesting, Mr. Speaker, I just do this as a sideline. When the commissioner of the RCMP was in front of us at one point, and I was pressing him for this, of saying, well, tell me where you used it, because he had given sort of an offhand comment that they had used some of the sections of the anti-terrorism legislation. And he said, well, and I said, well, how many times? And because he said, yeah, we've used it a number of times. And I think he gave me the figure of 12 or 16. And I pressed him on that, and I can say to you, Mr. Speaker, I pursued that right up until the very end. I've never been given an answer as to how many times, a clear answer, and in what format. I even have a letter from the former, in the office of the former Minister for Public Security assuring me that when we finished, I would get that. I haven't got it, and I don't believe I'm ever going to get it because I don't believe that ever existed, that we ever used this at all, ever, even in the investigation process.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, I should know more about this legislation than I do, and I would like the member, if he could, to maybe enlighten me as to what oversight mechanisms exist in the bill to make sure that we have a watchdog or somebody that can have a look as to what's going on under this bill. People that Canadians can trust, that can look at what's going on behind the scenes, lift the veil of secrecy, so to speak, and have a look at what's going on. And I guess in some ways I feel more comfortable if I knew there was a good check and balance system available in that anti-terrorism legislation. So I'd appreciate his comments on this.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
I heard from the other side that there were none, and that's not being fair. I also want to, because the parliamentary secretary for the Minister of Justice, and I'm sorry I earlier referred to him as the parliamentary secretary for public safety. I don't know. I think that's actually was a compliment to him, but I'll leave that at this point. He raised it in his, and he went through, I can indicate to my colleague, that he went through a number of provisions which were safeguards in terms of judicial review of both the sections that are being purported to be renewed at this time and extended. Mr. Speaker, though, and I want to say in that regard, it was part of the fight we had to try and build in as many, when I say we, I mean the NDP, at that period of time back in 2001 when we were trying to minimize the draconian aspects here that we pressed to have included. But, Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is this. We live in a jurisdiction, in a country, where the rule of law applies. And we can only rely, and I say that to members of Parliament, we can only rely on our judges to the degree that we give them discretion. And if we give them discretion to impose, and I'm going to use the preventative detention area as an example, there's provisions in there that give sweeping powers to our judges as to what conditions they can impose on an individual after they conduct the initial investigation and the initial hearings. Those initial hearings, by the way, are going to be very limited in terms of what the person is going to be able to do to defend themselves, because they're not going to be told a lot of what the evidence is that's against them. That's a provision in the anti-terrorism legislation. They're entitled to representation. We see that with the way our security certificates function. I mean, we've authorized our judges to be able to review that in a system that is totally contrary to our criminal justice system in many respects, which has been criticized by those same judges, but we're forcing them, in effect, to function. And that's what this legislation does. Up to this point, it's not been used, but if it ever is, what we're really doing is we're switching from saying we as a parliament, we as the legislators for this country are saying these are the standards we have to meet. And we're lowering those standards and then saying to the judge, this is how you, this is within these scopes and these parameters that you operate. That's really what we're doing. That's what we've done with the security certificates, and it's why it's so needed to get rid of those. But that's what we are doing. We're replacing, or we're replicating the same system in this act. And it really does. It says, okay, we're going to shuffle this off to the judges, but we're going to say to the judges, this is the authority you now have, which you didn't have before, because our Charter of Rights and Freedoms wouldn't let you do that before. We're now empowering them to do that. Mr. Speaker, I am as you may know, of the number of times I've criticized this particular government for their attack on the judiciary. I'm a great supporter of our judiciary. I believe we have the best judiciary in the world, but they're not perfect. And we can go back historically and point to any number of times when they've transgressed and haven't protected the rights and freedoms of people in this country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know of many Canadians who felt betrayed when this act was proclaimed, and in that climate of suspicion of the day, good neighbours became suspicious of other good neighbours. And to some extent, I believe when the act was proclaimed that the terrorists actually won a victory against freedoms in those days. I would ask the member if he would believe that the end of this act would actually be to the benefit of freedoms in Canada.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me make two comments on that. One, to again acknowledge the speech we heard from the member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin with regards to the way this legislation could be used. And I have to say I would expect that sometime will be used to specifically target members of our community and communities as a whole. And the simple labeling of someone, and we saw that so clearly in the Arar case, the simple labeling of someone as a suspected terrorist and what the kind of consequences, unintended perhaps, and maybe not, but the consequences that flow from that. To answer the basic question, there's no question whether you're part of the Muslim community in this country, which have been the primary target of this kind of legislation and seen as being the target by them, whether you're in the First Nations, who have great fears of this legislation at some time being used against them. There's no question when these sections go down, as I expect they will next week, there will be a big sigh of relief in those communities.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal for a short question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and listened with interest to the honourable member's speech on this matter. I'd like to ask him what he says to Canadians, what he says to the police who, while he spoke highly of them, and I heard it also from members opposite on the Liberal side of the House, where they speak highly of the police and their abilities, what he says to them when they are one of the chief groups that are crying out for us to put in place the safeguards that can prevent a terrorist attack. The police are the first responders in a situation like this, something that has the potential to victimize hundreds, and in some cases we've seen even in the thousands of innocent victims. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, is designed to prevent a terrorist attack. It's essential. The fact that it hasn't been used, I'd say that we're lucky that it hasn't had...
Please. I had advised the honourable member for Fundy Royal that there was only time for a short question. We've now run out of the clock, but I will allow the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh to give a short reply. But I do mean short.
My answer to the police and to our intelligence agents is that we make the decisions. We hear their requests, we judge them, we assess them. It's the responsibility of the members of this House to make those decisions, and I make those for all Canadians.
Before I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Security, I'd just like to ask all members, as a courtesy to all other members, to check that all your cell phones are turned off. Alors, maintenant, nous allons avoir la reprise.
We will now resume debate with the Minister for Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give my remarks today in the light of a fairly recent revelation for us that this legislation now is probably going to be, as I'm hearing, and I could be wrong, and maybe, excuse me, in the question and answer time we can be corrected on this, but my understanding is the Liberals are going to bail out on their own former legislation. And so I hope we hear some clarification on that, but this is early indications that we're getting. I hope that isn't true. If it has some precedent, Mr. Speaker, because in a similar regard, of course, it was under the Liberal regime where our brave men and women in uniform were committed to Afghanistan, and then it was Liberals by the scores who bailed out on our troops and voted against us maintaining our commitment to the good people of Afghanistan who've asked us to be there. So it wouldn't be surprising for me, but I hope that is not true. And I hear remarks that seem to indicate, because we need to look at the genesis of this legislation, which was, of course, what happened on 9/11, and then the follow-up by the United Nations asking democratic nations to do what they could to enhance their legislation to minimize the chance that this type of horrific event could happen again. And now it appears the logic or the illogic that is being applied to not extending these provisions that are in here to protect Canadians is that there's a sense that everything's fine now. Well, nobody's blown up any Twin Towers since then. There hasn't been an attack in Canada. Well, could there be any thought that maybe the legislation has actually served as a deterrent? Would that ever come into account? It appears not. And, Mr. Speaker, I would remind my colleagues that Canada is still on Osama bin Laden's list. He named several countries which he was directing his malevolent forces to attack whenever they can have the opportunity. Canada is still on that list. And since 9/11, since the United Nations requested that countries do what they can to come up with legislative provisions to protect themselves in a greater way, we've seen ongoing terrorist attacks, the obvious ones that we can remember, the horrific events that happened in Beslan where school children were slaughtered by terrorists. Of course, the London Underground incident, 4 trains bombed in Madrid, the nightclub in Bali where 3 Canadians were killed, July's bombings on Mumbai's suburban rail network that killed 209 people and injured thousands. So, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood will be recognized. He will have 20 minutes to express his views. Meanwhile, I've recognized the Honourable Minister for Public Securities, and I would like to listen to him. Thank you.
And, Mr. Speaker, to hear my honourable friend with the NDP speaking, to take away these provisions, they're minor provisions, and I'll get into that in a minute, we know who would be the first ones if there was an incident, and God forbid there would be on Canadian soil. We know who would be the first ones to blame the security agencies, the police, and the government for allowing it to happen. It would be about a nanosecond of time, and they would say, why didn't you foresee it? Why didn't you do something about it? Why didn't you stop it? So let's keep that in mind, too. Their record is very clear on how swiftly they move in judgment at those particular opportunities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the events that have taken place, that continue to take place, related to terrorism, are a stark reminder that the threat of terrorism is still very much with us. It's touched the lives of Canadians abroad, and if we're not vigilant, it could touch our lives here on our own soil, as it did in the Air India attack. Mr. Speaker, up to the time of the Twin Towers tragedy, Canada had the record for Canadians who were killed in one incident by a terrorist attack. Some 329 people died on that fateful flight. Upwards of 290 of them were Canadians. Often it's dismissed. Maybe it's because, tragically, of the name of the airline. I don't know, but for reasons we find it hard to fathom, it's often dismissed that Canada suffered the greatest single attack in terms of deaths of citizens up until 9/11. It's a threat that we have to take seriously. There's no greater duty than for a government to protect its citizens. It's the first responsibility of any government, the safety and security of its citizens. And we are unwavering in our commitment to live up to that responsibility and to safeguard our national security. Safety of Canadians has to be our priority, and the motion that's before us today is part of the government's ongoing commitment to protect Canadians from harm. The motion today talks about leaving in place important provisions that were introduced by the Anti-Terrorism Act. And that remains a vital link in the chain that helps ensure our security, and we do that for another 3 years. And again, it would be and should be evaluated again. The Act provides a measured approach. It enhances our ability to prosecute terrorists and to prevent them from carrying out their cowardly crimes. And, Mr. Speaker, it respects civil liberties. We're very aware of this balance between liberty and freedom. And any time a people want increased security, there will be, on the margins at least, there will be some pressure on their freedoms. If you want 100% security from anything wrong ever happening to you, you can lock yourself into your home, bar the doors, and close the windows. You'll be just about 100% secure, but you won't be very free. So we understand and we appreciate this delicate balance. And the balance is achieved in this Act. The 3-year extension
of the provisions that we're looking at today will ensure that the Act continues to be effective, at the same time respectful of fundamental human rights that are at the heart of our democratic system. Mr. Speaker, Canada's new government is taking action. We have been in this last year taking action on keeping Canadians safer. And before we address the actual provisions, I'd just like to remind all the members here that in Budget 206 we committed $1.4 billion to ensure the security of our country and the safety of our communities. We did that in very specific ways. Our security forces, CSIS and the RCMP, have signed a new Memorandum of Understanding. They did that on September 12, 2006, to facilitate cooperation and information sharing between those two agencies and to protect Canadians from terrorism. We've allocated in the next 2 years of our budget $160 million to stick with our commitment of seeing 1,000 more officers, 1,000 more personnel in the RCMP throughout the country, on our streets, on our roads, and in our neighbourhoods. We are moving to strengthen the border by arming our border officers and by eliminating situations where many border officers work alone. That has continued for years. They have asked for years that that be addressed. We have said these are danger points and points of risk, and we are addressing that and correcting that problem. We've allocated $303 million over the next 2 years to implement a border strategy to promote the movement of low-risk trade and travelers within North America across the border while protecting Canadians from security threats. And to protect Canadians from terrorism and to safeguard our nation's security, we listed the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, the LTTE, and the Gulbuddin Hekmatyar faction of the Hezbollah-e-Islami. The Hezbollah-e-Islami, HIG, are now terrorist entities. Our allies and our citizens have asked for years that we do this, that these groups be listed as terrorist entities to stop the fundraising and other support activities that happen in Canada. The former Liberal regime just did not get it done. Just like after years of being asked, it took a huge amount of pressure, almost international pressure, to get them to finally list Hezbollah a few years ago. They neglected these other areas, but we moved to protect Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They don't get the job done, we do. And we'll continue to enhance our national security infrastructure while working with our allies in the broader international fight against terrorism, and that includes our mission in Afghanistan.
The Anti-Terrorism Act makes it more difficult for terrorist groups to operate both domestically and abroad. The Anti-Terrorism Act complements these decisive actions. Mr. Speaker, terrorists are changing their methods as the world recognizes the need to counteract their messages and actions of hate. Terrorists are increasingly becoming a global problem, and they are increasingly desperate.
In the wake of what happened on September 11th, the United Nations recognized the need for international cooperation and passed a resolution calling upon member states to intensify and accelerate their efforts to work together to counter terrorism. It called on states to make it more difficult for terrorists to operate. Canada responded with the Anti-Terrorism Act. It enabled Canada to implement international obligations in the fight against terrorism. That included ratifying and implementing international agreements, such as the International Convention for the Suppression of the Financing of Terrorism. Now that's critical, Mr. Speaker, because while terrorism may be inspired by extreme hate and ideology, it is fueled by dollars and cents. And that's why Canada has given particular attention to cutting off funding sources for terrorist activities. I'm really particularly grateful to the dedicated and committed Canadians at FINTRAC, that's Canada's financial intelligence agency, which has a mandate to detect and deter money laundering and terrorist financing. FINTRAC receives, as required by law, reports from a variety of financial entities, but most notably from the major banks. FINTRAC's analysis then allows them to produce financial intelligence that can be used by investigators to understand that financial transactions associated with suspected money laundering, terrorist activity, and financing activity of other threats to the very security of Canada. Last year, FINTRAC relayed intelligence on 34 cases to terrorist activity financing. Mr. Speaker, Canada is seen as a leader in the international community, and we want to continue to provide that leadership and to detect and deter the use of Canada's financial system for illegal purposes. By creating a public list of terrorist groups, the Criminal Code makes it more difficult for these groups to raise funds. This, in turn, reduces their ability to operate in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'd also note that the Anti-Terrorism Act fights terrorist financing by protecting the integrity of charities. That way, no organization that supports terrorism can obtain registered charitable status in our country. So now, when Canadians donate to charities, they know and they can have that sense of confidence that their hard-earned dollars will not support terrorists or their causes. The Anti-Terrorism Act is working, it is making Canadians safer, and at the same time it's respecting their civil liberties. Mr. Speaker, it also creates specific terrorism offences and provides preventative and investigative powers. And it provides the checks and balances to ensure that these new powers are not abused. And that's a very critical part of these provisions. The record shows that police and prosecutors have used these new powers with great care and prudence. Now, some might say, well, why would we need these powers if they're used so infrequently? Well, Mr. Speaker, I put it to you that Canada has many laws on the books that are rarely used. Do we eliminate certain laws just because they're being effective in eliminating certain activity? I would think not. They're there for a reason. They're there to be used if the situation demands it, and that's why the Anti-Terrorism Act is so important. It's being proactive, it's being responsible, and that's why it's so critical that the House extends the sunsetting period for parts of this Act. This Act provides police and prosecutors, if they need it, with valuable tools to investigate and, even more importantly, to prevent terrorism. Mr. Speaker, without an extension from Parliament, two key components of the Act are going to cease to apply on or around March 1st, 2007. And I'm talking about the provisions related to investigative hearings, and secondly, to something that is called recognizance with conditions. I'll just review these quickly. Investigative hearings are used for two purposes: to track down terrorists immediately after an incident and to help prevent attacks from occurring. As part of the investigation of a terrorist act, for example, a judge could order an individual to answer questions. I want to stress that anyone who is ordered to testify in a case like that is doing so as a witness, and that means they have strong protections for themselves against self-incrimination, and they have access to legal counsel at all times. That protection will allow them to reveal critical information and to do it without fear. That information could lead police to evidence that strengthens their case and prevents or zeroes in on those who have perpetrated a terrorist act. And it could help prosecutors put dangerous criminals behind bars. Or it could provide intelligence to decision makers that may help them to foil future attacks. As I said, Mr. Speaker, investigative hearings can be used to prevent terrorist acts and activities before they occur. Imagine if police officers were aware of an individual who had information that could prevent an attack. An investigative hearing could take place, could provide the witness with strong protections against self-incrimination, and as a result, the witness could feel confident to provide vital information that could prevent a tragedy, saving thousands of lives. Investigative hearings are obviously important tools, both to investigative attacks and to prevent future incidents. Now, the other provision in the Act, Mr. Speaker, deals with something that is called recognizance with conditions. It provides another tool to prevent a terrorist attack. Mr. Speaker, imagine that police receive some late-breaking intelligence. An attack appears to be imminent. Lives could be at stake, innocent lives. There's no time to lose. These provisions would allow a police officer to obtain a warrant to bring a person into custody. The warrant is granted only if the officer has reasonable grounds to believe that a terrorist crime will take place and reasonable grounds to suspect that bringing a certain person before a judge would prevent it. Should there be no time to seek the warrant, the peace officer may bring the person into custody. Now, some critics have complained that that provision takes away civil liberties, but we need to look at it in its proper light. A person who would be subject to these provisions must be brought before a judge within 24 hours, and earlier if possible. 24 hours only, Mr. Speaker. What a difference that one day could make in somebody being intercepted from possibly perpetrating a horror. It could save one life, it could save many. Now, in this instance, the judge is not allowed to delay and must decide right away whether to impose conditions on the individual's release. That's what we're talking about. Releasing the person, but with conditions. The judge, for example, could prohibit that person from possessing a firearm or from possessing ammunition. That's what we're talking about, Mr. Speaker. That is the huge apparent travesty of liberties that the NDP and now apparently the Liberals are shrieking about. Mr. Speaker, putting this into a global context, look what some of our allies have done. We have a 24-hour provision that we're suggesting here in Australia. Their provisions allow for a person to be held up to 14 days, and the UK up to 28 days. That's their sovereign right to decide those things. However, we don't take ours quite that far. These measures are key tools for our security professionals and go a long way to keeping Canadians more secure. Mr. Speaker, these provisions are used prudently. These measures are not secret tools of the state. Accountability and transparency are built in. Both myself and my honourable colleague, Minister of Justice, are required to report to this House, in fact, on their use. And our provincial and territorial counterparts must also report annually. Mr. Speaker, both of these conditions, investigative hearings and recognizance with conditions, provide police with valuable tools should they need them to investigate or prevent terrorist attacks. I believe their use must be maintained. That's what we're talking about here today. In our effort to provide Canadians with safety and security, we must never jeopardize the values upon which our society is based. I believe these provisions strike the right balance between protecting Canadians from terrorist attacks and respecting their liberties. They effectively integrate the rights and freedoms that we hold dear as a country. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Supreme Court of Canada has found that the investigative hearing process is constitutional. Now, this is interesting that even though the Supreme Court of Canada has found this to be constitutional, we have members in the House who want to reject it and throw it out. I welcome the debate. It reflects the values of democracy that all of us in the House hold dear. It's my wish that after careful examination of this motion, all members would join in supporting the extension of these provisions. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that terrorism is a direct threat to their way of life. They know the values that we cherish depend on the security that we enjoy in our homes, in our communities, and at our borders. They know that social and economic well-being depends on the freedom to raise their children, pursue their dreams, and live their lives without fear. And so they rightly expect that their government will do everything possible within the bounds of our individual rights and freedoms to keep them safe from harm. And that is what this is doing, Mr. Speaker. Unless we act now, two key components in our fight against terrorism will indeed fade into the sunset. And I don't want the darkness to follow that. For the sake of our cities, our towns, and our communities in Canada, we can't let that happen. Mr. Speaker, remember, we are dealing with a particularly violent, insidious type of crime, a crime really against humanity, a crime perpetrated by people who have no sense at all of hesitation to blow up, to decimate children, men, women who are non-combatants, innocent people, and to do it as horrifically and graphically as they possibly can. The deliberate slaughter of innocent non-combatants, Mr. Speaker, is what we are talking about preventing. The destruction of innocent lives by people who do not hesitate to embark on that path of destruction. We have provisions here which can do that. Provisions that were put in place by a Liberal government right after a particularly horrific incident in the United States. And those terrorist incidents have continued around the world. Canada is still a threat. We hope these things will never happen, Mr. Speaker, and we can help that hope and make it a reality by extending these two provisions, Mr. Speaker, as we did, as we supported this government at that time. I would hope that they would continue to support the principles that one day they felt were valid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The previous speaker is one of the senior officers of the law in this country. I know that's frustrating to him, but nevertheless, he is an officer of the law, and he is bound to uphold the law. That is his obligation. And so, when he is proposing that a law be put on the books, that this bill not sunset, that in fact be extended, he has to ask himself three questions. And the first question is the limitation of rights rationally connected to the threat? Second, is this the least intrusive measure possible? And three, is there a proportionate balance between the effects and the limitation of the rights? Those are the three questions that he, as a senior officer in this country, has to ask himself. And when his predecessor introduced this bill, those three questions were still asked. And that was the reason for the sunset. There was not a sufficient justification that would satisfy us in the current context that would allow this to be permanently placed in the criminal code. We've now had 5 years' worth of experience. And what we've seen in the 5 years is that these two provisions, which were very controversial provisions at the time, have not been used. What we have seen, and this is in the public domain, has been a substantial abuse of rights of Canadians. And his government had to, and I commend them for it, had to apologize to Mr. Arar. They paid a compensation. Clearly, Mr. Arar's rights were abused. There are others whose rights are alleged to have been abused. So we have, what we've seen in the 5 years is A, no use for the particular provisions, B, an abuse of Canadians' rights, and C, what we've seen is that the police have had all the tools that they've needed to arrest terror suspects and to charge terror suspects as incidents have arisen over those 5 years. So I ask him these fundamental questions. Is the limitation of rights rationally collected to the threat? Is it the least intrusive measure possible? And is there a proportionate balance between the effects and the limitation of rights?
The Honourable the Minister of Public Security.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the nuance here, and I don't realize if the member has realized what he said, in pronouncing that it is my obligation as a senior officer of the law to ask these questions. He diminishes the responsibility of every other member of Parliament. Every member of Parliament of this House has to ask those questions. I have no greater tap on wisdom than other members of the... So I wish the member would not insult other members by seeing that they are derived of the responsibility. And I asked those three questions, Mr. Speaker, of myself and of my colleagues at the time, and I answered to each of those three the affirmative yes. Now, unless the member here voted against his government at the time when they put these in place, and I don't think he did, he stood up and supported it. So he obviously went down the line. He answered in the affirmative. He said yes, 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 and supported it. And now, Mr. Speaker, he says you don't need it because nothing's happened. Well, Mr. Speaker, does he not realize terrorist activities continue to go on around the world? Are the school children in Beslan not an indicator that this continues? In Madrid, in Bali, the people that were killed. And Mr. Speaker, he says the test should be whether an incident has happened or not. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, there is an alleged incident that almost happened. I say alleged because it's going through the courts. But in Toronto, people were arrested who allegedly were planning to blow up this building, to behead the Prime Minister, and to destroy people in the Toronto area. Mr. Speaker, because an incident hasn't taken place, it continues to take place around the world. And, Mr. Speaker, the incident that promoted this legislation by the Liberals didn't take place in Canada in the first place either. So is he saying it's only if Americans and Canadians are getting blown up that we should be protecting ourselves? Mr. Speaker, hijacking hasn't happened in Canada, but we have laws against it. Should we throw away the laws on hijacking? Do you know there are entire communities in our country, Mr. Speaker, and I close with this, where arson has never taken place? Should we throw the laws out in those particular areas? Ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. If these laws were good to protect Canadians a few years ago, they're good today, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, I would say that the minister will no doubt acknowledge that we need not judge those who defend civil rights as people who are promoting terrorism in these types of cases. We never did that in committee, and this is the type of debate that comes close to demagoguery, and it really isn't helping. But I have a question for him. The minister gave an example of circumstances within which preventive arrests could take place. So this is my simple question. Can the minister explain why, or in the example that he gave us, a policeman couldn't have acted under 495(1)(a) of the Criminal Code that says that a peace officer can apprehend without a warrant a person whom he believes on reasonable grounds is about to commit an offense? I imagine that the information the policeman had would represent reasonable grounds, so why could the police officer not act? Even in the case of those who wanted to blow up Parliament, would that not be grounds enough for these people to be apprehended under the Criminal Code? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, it is interesting to hear my colleague when he says that when a member expresses a position that is strong and that demonstrates that the party or the member will give strong support, then he says that this is demagoguery because we believe that this is something that is important. That isn't demagoguery. If someone has an intelligent argument against a position, then one simply needs to express those arguments, but don't try to simply cast them aside using an expression that really doesn't work here. And with the example of the police officer, there are things now, possibilities now, where a person who isn't a peace officer can arrest someone, but not under the same provisions that we have here, where you can bring a person before a judge and specifically deal with a situation related to terrorism. This is specific, and it is only for that particular case because we don't want to give greater powers for other situations. It would only apply to terrorism.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Like the previous questioner, I'm a former Solicitor General in Ontario, as he was in Quebec, and although I wasn't here for the debate, the original law debate when the law was originally passed, I'm having some real trouble understanding the logic of what the minister is putting forward. At the time, as I understand it, this House was seized of making sure that all the laws that could possibly be there in a democracy were in place to prevent the kind of events that he's talked about. And at the time, this was highly controversial. Within that bill itself, these were a couple of very controversial components. And why they're different from the other examples, Speaker, that the minister uses is that they can, in the wrong circumstances, take away, deny Canadians their civil rights. And if anybody thinks that in this day and age that that's still just an argument, let's remember Meher Arar. It happens. So the Sunset Clause was put in their wisdom at that time, and the question would be, Speaker, if the wisdom of the Parliament at that time was that this should be allowed to fall by the wayside if it's not being used after an X number of years or if it's been problematic, then why would we not follow with that logic, given the safety in this case errs on the side of the human rights of ordinary Canadians, given that we have other legislation that will allow our police officers to do the job that we mandate them to?
The Honourable Minister of Public Security has 20 seconds to respond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, many safeguards, in fact, are in place. Only a judge of the provincial court or the superior court can actually hear a peace officer's application in this regard. I'll remind members that in June 2004, in a reference related to the Air India prosecution, the Supreme Court of Canada upheld the constitutionality of this provision. We're not talking about something that is unconstitutional. And, Mr. Speaker, the very fact that it has not been abused shows that the proper limitations have protected against that, and now we have another 3 years to evaluate it, and let's see if in the next 3 years it gets abused. I don't think it will be, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment on a point of order.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, on a matter arising out of the question period earlier today, the Liberal member from Moscona doubled his veracity in a quote attributed to former Vice President Al Gore, which was praising Canada and its environmental work. I'm pleased to table a transcript of that quote in both official languages from Global TV on February the 5th at approximately 1850 hours and 52 minutes. And I trust this closes this, Mr. Speaker. The quote was from Mr. Gore that said that my friends in Canada tell me that across party lines and in all regions, there's a very strong support for Canada, once again, providing leadership in the world, fighting above its weight class, and showing moral authority to the rest of the world, and that's what Canada's known for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the study of private members' business according to the order in today's order paper.
We return to the study of the bill that of the motion that we just discussed. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood will be recognized for 20 minutes.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motions in Group 1 at report stage of Bill C-288, the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act, standing in the name of Mr. Rodriguez.
When we last discussed this motion, there was 2.5 minutes left to the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the President, Treasury Board, and I recognize the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary at this moment.
Mr. Speaker, we're discussing the Liberal position on Kyoto, and just yesterday, the leading Liberal union leader, Buzz Hargrove, had this to say about meeting our Kyoto deadlines. This is the same Buzz Hargrove who stood on a stage and held the hand of the former Liberal Prime Minister in the air during the last election. Here's what he has to say about meeting the Kyoto deadlines. It would be devastating for the whole community, anybody that signed on. It is not even a remote possibility. No Prime Minister in any one of the parties in the House of Commons is going to bring in any kind of regulation that says that we can do that. It would be suicidal for the economy. If somebody were to come out tomorrow and say you can reach the objective that was laid out initially, immediately, you'd almost have to shut down every major industry in the country, from oil and gas to the airlines to the auto industry, and that just doesn't make sense. That, again, was Buzz Hargrove, Liberal union leader who supports the Liberal Party and is a prominently held amongst Liberals as a paragon of wisdom. But that concurs with the statement made by the Liberal environment critic, who said that if Canadians saw the real cost of Kyoto, they would, quote, scream, Mr. Speaker. They would scream, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he said if they saw the $40 billion a year costs of Kyoto, they would scream. Those were the remarks of the Liberal member for Ottawa South, the high priest of hypocrisy on the environment. This is the individual who said that it would cost $40 billion a year to implement Kyoto. That is the Liberal environment critic who is voting now in favor of a price tag of $40 billion to our economy, Mr. Speaker. Thank goodness our economy is in safe hands. Thank goodness the Conservative Party will implement reductions in greenhouse gases and smog in a responsible manner that will protect the jobs and livelihoods of everyday Canadians. Thank goodness the Canadians chose wisely on January 23rd, 2006. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's not go back.
The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had prepared a little introduction, but I must react to the pathetic intervention just made. That's the least that can be said. What's so sad about this is that we have a government that claims that it's looking after the environment, but clearly it is not looking after the environment. You know, this is a question that is very personal to me. I'm quite young. I've always been concerned by the issue. And my spouse is now pregnant. I'm going to be a father in a couple of months. And therefore, I'm very concerned about the future. What type of future will be handed over to our children and future generations? We're dealing with such a serious issue, but it's treated so lightly by the colleague opposite. And the Conservatives, since they've been elected, simply repeat over and over again that they can't meet the targets. It's just they're just recognizing that they're powerless, that they... Why is it that European countries such as Germany, United Kingdom, or France, they're capable of meeting their targets, and their economy hasn't collapsed? Just the opposite. their ability to develop the economy environmentally is a real asset. This government has no comprehensive approach to the economy. We should take advantage of this opportunity that's given to us to enrich ourselves as a society while at the same time protecting our environment. Well, this will be wonderful for us because this new technology, which will enable us to meet targets, will lead to job creation, particularly in Quebec, Mr. Speaker, where we have a very dynamic environmental sector. We'll get wealthier because our dependency on oil is very costly. It costs us, particularly in Quebec, because we don't produce oil there, and all the money that we spend on energy leaves our province and doesn't generate jobs for us. But for a company, Mr. Speaker, the costs linked to energy consumption represents very significant costs for the economy. And if a business can reduce these costs because we've developed new technology that enables us to be more energy efficient, well, that's a gain. It's a gain for these businesses and for the citizens who will consume less energy. And finally, there is the carbon exchange. If we go beyond our Kyoto objectives, well, right now, without further delay, without further ado, we should be able to assign a monetary value to these gains. We could even sell credits to other countries. But in order to do this, you have to establish a market right now. You can't just let the parade go by without taking any action. We need a carbon exchange. We need technology. And if we don't do anything about it, we'll find ourselves in a very sorry state when our oil patch is no longer producing and we don't have any replacements. I feel very sorry about the future of our children and future generations of Quebec. The Bloc will support this bill. This bill is supporting the bill. The Bloc is supporting the bill, and we've always had this attitude in the Bloc. When a bill is tabled, we don't wonder whether it comes from the Grits or the Tories, blue, red, orange. We don't care. We take a look at the bill and we judge it on its merit. And and we know that the path to take is to go ahead with the Kyoto Protocol, because we will all agree that the record of the Liberal government was very poor when it came to the environment. But it did sign the Kyoto Protocol, but unfortunately no measures were taken to implement it. We've not progressed on this. Canada's record was disastrous as far as the environment was concerned. And it's just at the end, just before the election, where the current leader of the opposition, who was Minister of the Environment, he did take action, good for him, but it was late. It was too late. Now, whether we're talking about the poor record of the Liberals or the Conservatives, that's one thing. But let's look at this bill based on its own merits. And I believe that the Kyoto objectives are a strict minimum that we need to achieve. We've had a discussion on the point of order raised by my colleague in the House. We talked about what Al Gore said or didn't say. Well, I would invite everyone to take a few minutes, rent Al Gore's film, An Inconvenient Truth, and over the past 10 years, I would say that's one of the best films to have come. This documentary is one of the best things to have come out of the United States, and it really strikes you when you see to what extent humanity is doomed to failure. It's crazy. It's pure folly if we don't take action. But in this House, there's so much partisanship here. I understand we all have different objectives here in the House, but we are all living on the same planet. We all live in the same place. And I find it indecent that there are people in this House that are challenging the reality of global warming. There are some individuals here who claim that there are some that still think that it's not due to human activity, but there are still, unfortunately, a few people who, there are some members here, several dozen MPs who believe that we will not be able to meet our Kyoto objectives. I can't believe this, whereas in fact, man went to the moon decades ago. We're developing all kinds of medicines to resolve all kinds of problems. We have technological challenges that are enormous sometimes. I can't believe that there are still members in this House that don't believe that we don't have the intellectual and financial and economic means and the human resources that we need to reach such a necessary objective. The only resource that we're missing, well, it's not a very complicated one to get, and that is political will. That's the only thing missing. That's the only thing preventing us from meeting our objectives. And that's for this reason why we should vote in favor of this bill, to compel the government to compensate for this lack of political will. Whether we're talking about Quebec or the other regions of Canada, we do have the human resources, we have the financial means to reach these objectives. It's clear that the Canadian situation is special. In the West, we have energy resources that are incredible, that generate a great deal of wealth in the Western provinces. And I noticed that when I traveled with the Finance Committee, when we went to the Canadian West, I saw that more and more Canadians are concerned about their future, and they're saying, well, these oil resources, perhaps we shouldn't use them up in one generation. Maybe we should leave something for the future generations. In Quebec, we don't have these types of resources, but there are a lot of people who want to develop renewable energy in our economy. But what are we seeing? We're seeing a government that refuses to seriously consider the fact that we should not be encouraging the polluting industries and take a look at renewable energy. I'll give you an example. I tabled a motion at the Finance Committee that asked that we deal with this issue. Should we be abolishing these incentives that we give to the oil sector and focusing them more on renewable energies? Well, Mr. Speaker, this was adopted by the committee, but the only individuals who were against it were the Conservatives. I find it pitiful that we can't even deal with this issue. We can't even talk about this issue. I'm convinced that the Kyoto Protocol, that's the approach we should take. That's the strict minimum that we should be doing. And if we don't reach this objective, it would be a horrible sadness for our children. Be horrible that we wouldn't have the courage to go and see this thing through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate, the honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address Bill C-288. The summary of the bill reads, the purpose of the enactment is to ensure that Canada meets its global climate change obligations under the Kyoto Protocol. It requires the Minister of the Environment to establish an annual climate change plan and to make regulations respecting climate change. It also requires a national roundtable on the environment and the economy to advise the Minister, to the extent within the range of its purpose, on the effectiveness of the plans, and requires the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development to submit to the Speaker of the House of Commons a report of the progress of the implementation of the plans. Now, I took the time, Mr. Speaker, to read this summary so as to be clear with the members present and the public viewing today just what we have before us for debate. I want Canadians to understand this bill because, in essence, it highlights very clearly the failure of the Liberals when they were the government, and in particular their current leader, when he had control of the environment file and did not himself proceed with just the actions that are listed in this bill today. Mr. Speaker, I can recall very vividly when the Kyoto Protocol was signed, my personal sense that finally there would be action on this most critical issue. You can imagine, Mr. Speaker, as time wore on and it became clear that the Liberal government of the day was only engaging in smoke and mirrors on the issue, or worse, did not grasp the significance to the peoples of Canada and the world that a failure, yes, a failure to act would have, and how they would result. In every sense of the word, the Liberals in control of the environment file failed Canadians by not ensuring that greenhouse gas emissions were brought under control and lowered. Now, we know the degree of that failure, Mr. Speaker. Greenhouse gas emissions soared by 26% by 2004. Other countries such as Germany, which was required to lower its reductions down by 8%, actually got them down to 17.2% by 2004. The United Kingdom, and we've seen all of those movies about the smokestacks of England and the horrendous record they're supposed to have, they were required to reduce by 8%. They got it down 14%. And Russia, which had a zero requirement, Mr. Speaker, they came down by 32% by 2004. Now, in contrast, the United States rose by 15.8% by 2004, and the worst of the pack was Canada, which was up by 26.6% by 2004. Mr. Speaker, day in and day out, while the Liberals went about their self-absorbed lives of entitlement, not only our environment, but ordinary Canadians paid a heavy price as well. Our air and our water got dirtier. Smog days grew more frequent and worse. Throughout the years since signing on to Kyoto, Canada has lost its opportunity to assume a leadership role on this file. Somewhat like Nero, the Liberals, as they fiddled, our air quality worsened, our rivers dirtied, and our weather has begun to change with clear patterns of increasingly worse storms with deluges and winds of unprecedented violence. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal deathbed conversion symbolized in this bill may well be heartfelt. I'll give them that. But the Liberal record on greenhouse gas emissions is what it is. This bill will not change those facts. So as late as it is, Bill C-288, also known as the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act, is worthy of support and will have it from our party when it comes time for a vote in this House. But, Mr. Speaker, it is deeply troubling that it is the Liberals in opposition putting such strong Kyoto language forward when they could have done it all while they were in government. Because of the lack of action to date, we now have forests of Western Canada being decimated by the pine beetle because it is now able to survive in our climate when it previously could not withstand the cold here. Our winter service ice roads are now unstable and melting faster, much faster than usual, and making it difficult to get food and supplies to our isolated communities in the north. And look at the damage being done to our winter resorts, which have faced green grass far into the normal tourist season. The winter sports economy is but one example of the beginnings of very serious economic problems that ordinary people are beginning to face today. I can tell this House emphatically that the NDP has always been on record as demanding that our federal government do more to ensure that they met and exceed Kyoto targets. Notwithstanding this bill, our leader, the member from Toronto Danforth, introduced a private member's bill, C-377, entitled the Climate Change Accountability Act, which would serve as an effective framework to achieve science-based greenhouse gas emission controls and reduce targets beyond Kyoto. This member is proud of the fact it was our party and our leader who broke the logjam to get something done on climate change and on pollution. The Climate Change Accountability Act means Canada will start to meet the challenges of climate change today, not in decades. The core of the NDP's Bill C-377 is based on science-based benchmarks, not arbitrary ones as found in the Clean Air Act. C-377 has short, mid-term, and long-term targets. C-377 will get the government moving immediately because within 6 months of its passage, the government must develop and publish a target for 2015 and regulation to meet the bill's targets must be in place no later than December 31st, 2007. Mr. Speaker, sometimes in this House it feels like we have to drag other parties to the altar, so to speak. The Liberal inaction over many years of their mandate, and now the Conservative Clean Air Act, which is euphemistically called the Hot Air Act in environmental circles. And today, thanks to our Bill C-30, there is an opportunity for real action on climate change. I call on all parties to stop the posturing, stop the obstruction, and get to work with the NDP to get the job done. People often asked why I ran to represent Hamilton East Stony Creek in this auspicious place. Well, Mr. Speaker, I ran for two reasons: the vision and the passion of the leader of the NDP, and my anger over the abject failure of the Liberal Party over the last 13-plus years. 5 surplus budgets, 3 majority governments, and still too many Canadians go hungry. Still too many Canadians sleep in the streets, and Canadians face an uncertain future because of the Dion gap of runaway greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, I could have stood outside of this place and railed against the government. Instead, I came in to work with the NDP caucus to ensure we all get the job done for ordinary Canadians. I call on this House to work within the C-30 committee using 3C-77, C-288, and the best science available to change the Clean Air Act to effective environmental legislation, which is... I'm just getting a little too emotional here. I have to pause, Mr. Speaker. This is so critical, so important to our country. We must come together as parliamentarians and get this job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa South. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Rise in this House this afternoon and speak on Bill C-288, an act to ensure Canada meets its global climate change obligations under the Kyoto Protocol. For Canadians who are watching, let me read that again, Mr. Speaker. An act to ensure Canada meets its global climate change obligations under the Kyoto Protocol. I'd like to begin by commending my colleague, the honourable member from Honoré Mercier, who introduced this bill and was passionately driven it through the House of Commons. The bill has captured the attention of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. In fact, even the National Post has the half of its front page today dedicated to the merits of the bill.
What? National Post?
Canadians are concerned about the Conservative government's disregard for climate change. If there's one thing that's become clear to me hearing the debates on this bill thus far, it's this. On the most important issue of the early 21st century, the Conservatives have decided to surrender without even trying to fight.
Shame.
Last week in this chamber, the 3 opposition parties united behind a Liberal motion calling on the government to use the existing means provided in the Canadian Environmental Protection Act to take necessary steps to meet our obligations under the Kyoto Protocol. The vast majority of Canadians are with us. The government is lagging far behind. The Conservative decision not to try is incredibly unfortunate.
It's a shame.
I hardly need to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that according to the best experts today, if the average temperature at the Earth's surface increases by 2 degrees above what it was during the pre-industrial era, by the year 2080, dozens of millions of people, our children's families, are likely to be confronted with flooding along coasts and widespread famines.
But you don't care.
Hundreds of millions of people risk coming down with malaria.
You don't care.
And billions of others may run short of fresh water. It is necessary to recognize that the effects of climate change have already been felt, especially in the north, and that this situation will worsen if we do not take concrete action in Canada as well as elsewhere in the world. This is therefore at its heart, Mr. Speaker, a collective and global effort. Climate change deniers and Kyoto resistors are fond of painting scenes of economic ruin to keep us from working together to improve our environment. The Prime Minister has called Kyoto, quote, a socialist scheme. I'm only led to conclude, Mr. Speaker, as a result of those comments, that he was not able to distinguish between Japan and China. The Minister of Environment, the former Minister of Energy in the province of Ontario, for 3 years, led the province-wide campaign against a global response to climate change. In fact, he fundraised along with the Prime Minister, when the Prime Minister was the leader of the opposition, to lead the anti-Kyoto movement across Canada.
How could he?
I thought he was a true believer.
On his watch, the Minister of the Environment in Ontario oversaw a 127% increase in the use of coal-fired plants.
Really?
On his watch, the Minister of the Environment oversaw a 124% increase in carbon dioxide emissions in the province of Ontario, a 114% increase in emissions of sulfur dioxide, 22% increases in the emissions of nitric oxide. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know the record. It's unfortunate that the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Health, and the Minister of the Environment aren't prepared to admit their roles when it comes to the undermining of a climate change response in one province, the province of Ontario, just as they are very anxious to run away from their record in their contributions, as Justice O'Connor's reminded us, their direct contributions to the Walkerton crisis, where 7 Canadians died and 2,300 Canadians were seriously sickened. They don't want to tell Canadians this, Mr. Speaker. They don't want Canadians to know that they now form part of this new government led by the leader of climate change denying in Canada. But whatever the case, for over 1 year, I and my colleagues, many other Canadians, have been asking a simple question of the Prime Minister. Tell us what your plan is.
No plan.
Please deliver a plan to us.
Any plan?
Where are we going on climate change? A plan is necessary to take meaningful action. There is no evidence of any plan, only ad hoc announcements and a big green tie and photo ops in Paris. We do have evidence of where this government is going, however. La seule feuille de route conservatrice en environnement.
The government record is one of draconian measures that are not being effective. We see cuts of $900 million for the Energuide program to help renovate houses, $600 million cut from wind power and other renewable energies, $2 billion cut in climate change programs, $1 billion cut from the climate fund. It has disappeared, and the list goes on. This government is eliminating the programs that promote the building of new energy-efficient buildings. There are over 500 design and building projects that are missing out on the 35% savings as well. We have the GHG reduction programs that are being cut for building, and 300 tons would be the limit for commercial buildings. This government did not evaluate the effectiveness of these programs, not at all. The government eliminated them because they were liberal programs, because they are extreme right ideologists under the influence of the American Republican Party.
The Minister of the Environment was asked repeatedly, Mr. Speaker, to give the Canadian people a single and solitary number. How much has the government spent on climate change in its first 12 months? He was unable to answer. He was asked 6 times until we suggested, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps the Minister of Finance should come and do his job at committee. He was unable to answer. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's flabbergasting that we have had to table a piece of legislation to call on the government to come up with a plan to fight climate change. But should we be surprised, given the Prime Minister, the Minister of the Environment, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Health, and even the Minister of Public Safety, who described climate change as a joke on his website until he was caught what we've come to describe and what's become to be known as a Flintstones moment. And then the moment it was discovered, the Minister of Public Safety removed all reference to it from his website. The Kyoto Protocol is more than numbers and targets, Mr. Speaker. It's not just a step in the right direction, it is the right direction that will lead to the right results. To go it alone with a so-called Made in Canada plan, which apparently is somewhere in is to misunderstand the very basis of the challenges we face. I'm sorry that we had to legislate this, but the government was unprepared to move with Canadians, unprepared to continue our fine work under the Liberal Green Plan to work with industry in the provinces and the territories. They cut funding to Ontario, $577 million to shut down coal plants. Cut funding to Quebec, $328 million for their Kyoto projects. As a nation and as a people, Mr. Speaker, we committed to lead the world in a global response to a global problem. This government refuses to accept that although there are over 180 nation-states, there is only one atmosphere, and there must be a global response. That's why 168 countries have joined Canada in signing the treaty. The government instead, in closing, Mr. Speaker, would like us to leave the treaty, but will not tell Canadians the truth about it. It's time for the government to hear Canadians, to act, to implement the Kyoto Protocol, and to work towards saving our solitary atmosphere. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear Canadians are very concerned about their environment and about climate change. Accepting the science of climate change and the growing need for action after a decade of Liberal inaction, Canada's new Conservative government is taking real, effective action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to address these concerns. Now, unlike the Liberal sponsor, we have carefully considered Bill C-288. Our conclusion, Bill C-288 is seriously flawed and must be opposed. Now, let's draw some important distinctions between this flawed Bill C-288 and this government's Clean Air Act. First, Bill C-288 is far too little, far too late. A desperate Liberal attempt to unwisely force us to make their Kyoto targets and timeline. Now, what did the former Environment Commissioner say about these Kyoto timelines? Even if the Liberals were still in power, they wouldn't have made the Kyoto target and timeline. Those were her words, Mr. Speaker. Opinion leaders across Canada agree we can't make the Kyoto target and timeline. Even the new leader of the official opposition admits he can't make the Kyoto target and timeline. Now, I know the sponsor of the bill supported the deputy leader of the Liberal Party and not the current leader at their recent convention. The Liberal deputy leader said the Liberals, quote, didn't get it done, unquote. Bill C-288 still doesn't get it done, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-288 is also a recognition of the Liberals' 13 years of inaction on the environment. Now, Claude Villeneuve from the University of Quebec said this about C-288, quote, this may have been a good bill if it was introduced in 1998, unquote, Mr. Speaker. Marc Jacquard testified before the Environment Committee even further, quote, I would say no, 1998 still doesn't give you enough of a time frame, unquote. Too little, too late, Mr. Speaker. Now, if the Liberals were serious about climate change and the Kyoto targets they signed us up for, why didn't they act when they had a chance? 8 years, 10 budgets, 7 surplus budgets, 7 years of solid majority government, 5 years with the current tools under CEPA, no Liberal action. Mr. Speaker, there's no excuse for Liberal inaction on climate change. The leader of the Liberal Party knows no shame on this issue, Mr. Speaker. Now, not only is C-288 too little, too late, but it's incomplete. Where's the medium-term plan? What about the long term? Where are the costs? The sponsor of the bill, the Liberal for Honoré Mercier, said at committee, he didn't even care about a plan or cost to implement C-288. That's what he said. He didn't care, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals don't care about having plans. They don't care about those things, Mr. Speaker. We care about them. So how can he be taken seriously on climate change? How can C-288 be seriously taken as a plan on climate change? Its focus is short-term. In fact, there's only one short-term timeline on the Liberal horizon now. That's the next election, Mr. Speaker. It seems to be the only thing they care about anymore. By contrast, we have one approach: reductions in GHGs and pollution in the short, medium, and long term. Kyoto was only a first step toward a serious approach to the problem. We have always been clear that Canada will work with other countries, including the major nations who are polluting that are not in Kyoto. They wouldn't work with them, Mr. Speaker. They left them out when they negotiated, to advance a more transformative and long-term approach to tackling climate change. Our action at home is laying a foundation for cooperative international efforts to conquer climate change, Mr. Speaker. Our commitment in the short term is GHG targets that will yield a better outcome than what was proposed by the Liberals in 2005. On air pollutants, we have proposed fixed emission caps at minimum as rigorous as jurisdictions that are leaders in environmental performance. This is a major step, Mr. Speaker, that no previous federal Liberal government has taken. Now, we are looking at the best way for industry to comply with these targets too, Mr. Speaker. We will ensure we have a regulatory system that will allow industry to choose the most cost-effective way to meet its emissions targets while meeting our environmental and health objectives. We're also supporting the development of transformative technologies, especially for GHGs, technologies that will be needed to achieve the deep reductions required if we are to prevent irreversible climate change. Now, not only is Bill C-288 too little, too late, not only is Bill C-288 not a real plan for climate change, C-288 has no penalties. How about that, Mr. Speaker? Where is the enforcement, Mr. Speaker? Clearly, the Liberals don't believe that the polluter pays for damaging our health and our environment. Now, without enforcement, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-288 isn't much of a bill. Might as well have been a motion, Mr. Speaker, or how about a preamble to a real bill on climate change? Bill C-288 is therefore useless. I think the Liberals know a lot about being useless, but that's fine. I guess that makes Liberals feel better when they put their heads down on their pillows at night. Now, in order to protect Canadians' health and our environment, legislation must be strictly enforced or it won't be effective. We know the Liberals weren't effective, Mr. Speaker. Stiff enforcement acts as a deterrence to future damage to human health and the environment. Enforcement means that parties subject to the requirements under environmental laws or regulations will comply with those requirements or pay real consequences. Now, enforcement is a pivotal part of achieving this government's goals to clean up our environment and protect the health of Canadians. Enforcement of an act must be fair, predictable, and consistent for government, industry, organized labor, and individuals. Mr. Speaker, this government's Clean Air Act, Bill C-30, builds on the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, among other things, by strengthening enforcement authorities to ensure compliance with all requirements of our bill. Not so with C-288 before us today. This is a neutered bill, Mr. Speaker. Our Clean Air Act, by contrast, is a strong bill. Now, enforcement officers will carry out inspections to verify compliance with the law and direct corrective measures to be taken. Where there is danger to the environment, human life, or health, the government would be able to act. Not so with C-288. Now, under our Clean Air Act, enforcement officers will be able to conduct investigations of suspected transportation violations by controlling the movement of cars, trucks, trains, or other modes of transport. Officers can stop them or move them to locations suitable for inspection. Enforcement officers have the power of peace officer as well. Maximum penalties can include fines up to $1 million for each day an offense continues, imprisonment up to 3 years, or both, Mr. Speaker. That's a bill with real teeth, not like Bill C-288. Now, how about this, Mr. Speaker? Where an offense continues for more than 1 day, the person may be convicted for a separate offense for each day the illegal activity lasts. Canada's Clean Air Act has real muscle, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-288 sadly gets sand kicked in its face. Our Bill C-30 will strengthen this government's ability to establish tradable unit programs for air pollutants and GHGs by proposing amendments to CEPA's current penalty provisions to make them work better with emissions trading systems. No such improvement in Bill C-288, Mr. Speaker. Canada's Clean Air Act also provides all fines for violations be paid into an environmental damages fund, a special account created to assist in managing financial compensation granted to Environment Canada for restoration of damages sustained by the environment. No such improvement in Bill C-288, Mr. Speaker. Where there is danger to the environment, human life or health, we will take action, and we'll have the tools to act. Bill C-288, sad to say, can't be enforced, and the Liberals know it, and they don't care about that, Mr. Speaker. That is a danger where the environment, human life or health is in jeopardy. C-288 isn't a plan for climate change. It is a recipe for the type of inaction the Liberals became infamous for. C-288, too little, too late, no plan, no muscle, not worth supporting, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve better. Canadians are demanding better than C-288. I ask all colleagues in the House to vote against C-288 and put their efforts instead into passing Canada's Clean Air Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to participate in, I think, one of the most important bills that has been presented before this House, Mr. Speaker, because it has to do with whether or not Canada should respect its international obligations, particularly as it relates, and let me quote, to get it quite correct, from the member for Honorary Mercier, who in his opening speech when he first presented this bill to the House, he said, and I quote, "This bill speaks primarily about the future. It is designed to make possible concrete acts today that will improve living conditions for generations of tomorrow. I have always believed that political action should be motivated by a strong desire to make a positive difference in the world around us, a strong desire to prepare a better future for the generations to come." Mr. Speaker, that's precisely what Bill C-288 is all about. It is a bill, Mr. Speaker, which basically calls on Canada to meet its global climate change obligations under the Kyoto Protocol. That is the bill. And members are well familiar with that, Mr. Speaker, because they will know some aspects of it, but maybe not all of the aspects. Or maybe, Mr. Speaker, they will remember selectively the things that they would like to remember. But I think, Mr. Speaker, it's important to put on the record some of the facts related to Kyoto. Mr. Speaker, this was a very long process, and in fact, back in 1997, the Kyoto Protocol was first negotiated. And Mr. Speaker, this process went on because once the protocol was developed, it then was the chance now for countries to sign on to the deal, to make a commitment that if this becomes in force, that we will be there for the future of the planet. Mr. Speaker, Canada put its name as a commitment in 2002. But, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't until 2005 that the final signatories were obtained, and in fact the Kyoto Protocol, as ratified, was in fact in force. Mr. Speaker, that was 2005, just a couple of years ago. Just a couple of years ago. It wasn't until that point that the Kyoto Protocol was in force. 168 countries around the world decided that global warming and climate change issues were real, that the science was right, Mr. Speaker, and that we, this generation, have to make the first steps to ensure the safety and the security and the well-being of the planet for generations to come. And, Mr. Speaker, we've all seen the evidence, even today, the slow evidence of warming, the aberrant weather, the other indications, Mr. Speaker, that something's different. Very slowly, but it's up in the air. And when you see some of those icebergs start to lose their faces and fall into the ocean, and you start to see some of the migration patterns of wildlife, of the impact on the polar bear population, the impact on so many different aspects of life. Mr. Speaker, this is the genesis of something terrible. This is what the science says. It is the genesis. And we, today's Canadians, and today's people of the globe, are the ones who are making the most significant contribution to the warming of our world. The creation of greenhouse gases, Mr. Speaker. We are the ones. And when we are successful in delivering in terms of meeting the targets under the Kyoto Protocol, combination of all of the measures that are available under that protocol, some will be able to make it domestically, some will not. But there are measures in there which countries can use so that they can respect and in fact satisfy the terms and conditions under the membership of those countries being part of the Kyoto Protocol. So, Mr. Speaker, anyone who says that we can't make it, the current Minister of the Environment, the former Minister of the Environment said, we can't make them. Well, Mr. Speaker, are they talking about meeting the obligations under Kyoto? Or are they talking about meeting everything by doing one part of it? Well, if you just say, here's our domestic solutions, let's just solve the things. The Prime Minister himself told the media just within the past week that you cannot reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by some 30% in just 2 years. It takes time. Well, it takes time, Mr. Speaker. How much time does it take? Well, maybe the Prime Minister should tell Canadians, how much time does it take? Well, Mr. Speaker, maybe we don't even have to ask him, why don't we just look at the Clean Air Act? The so-called Clean Air Act, which was dead on arrival, so bad, so panned by virtually anybody who has any basic knowledge, said that that bill was not worth the paper it was written on, and in fact, it was trashed by the House, and now this matter has gone not after second reading, Mr. Speaker. You have to understand, usually when we refer a bill to committee, it's after second reading, after approval in principle. That bill was so bad, there was no way they were going to get it past second reading. It was going to die in the House. The government admitted it, and they agreed. They agreed, Mr. Speaker, to have this bill go to a special legislative committee before second reading. In other words, Mr. Speaker, a bill that goes to committee after second reading has approval in principle, and a committee can look at it and massage it a little bit, but they can't change the substantive provisions of the bill. But when you send a bill to committee, Mr. Speaker, before second reading, it's totally different. And I've seen it before, Mr. Speaker. Bills can go there to committee, and the committee can delete everything after the title and then change the title. In other words, they could trash the bill. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I have a feeling that once the responsible parliamentarians and the expert witnesses are finished with that Clean Air Act, we will clean out the Act and find out that we better change the name, because it's going to be the Act to implement and to meet our Kyoto commitments and to make our contribution as a signatory to Kyoto and for the future generations of Canadians. And maybe it should be called the Pablo Bill. So, Mr. Speaker, we have had a lot of discussion, but I have to tell you, I think what concerns Canadians is that the Prime Minister wants to say the Liberals did nothing in 13 years. And then, but Mr. Speaker, knowing that, in fact, Kyoto didn't come into force until 2005, in which there was no in-force agreement to do anything about, except we came up immediately once the Kyoto Protocol came in force. There was immediately programs were developed, in fact had been developed, and in fact were put into place. Canada 2005 Climate Change Plan, Phase 1 of Project Green. That was the item, Mr. Speaker. Then we followed part of that, the Climate Fund, the Partnership Fund, the One-Ton Challenge, the Wind Power Incentive and Renewable Power Production Incentive, the Sustainable Energy Science and Technology Strategy. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the cap-and-trade system, where we could have within domestically, where businesses can work together to make sure that we meet our obligations. So, Mr. Speaker, when you think about it, where is the reality check in the rhetoric that comes from the Prime Minister that Canada has and the former government did nothing? Mr. Speaker, this is facts. These are what actually happened. And as a matter of fact, they're so real, Mr. Speaker. Do you know why I know they're so real? Because they canceled them all. They canceled them all. And then, Mr. Speaker, what did they do? They took some of them and they reintroduced them in a watered-down form to make absolutely sure that they were not going to be effective at all. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have made it very clear that climate change, that global warming, that the science supporting them, that Kyoto are priorities not only just for Canada, but for the globe. Mr. Speaker, we are just a small part of the globe, but we are parties to an international agreement. We respect our international agreements. And, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals will do everything they possibly can to ensure that we meet our obligations under the Kyoto Protocol.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon, Wenniskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak to the bill and go on the record on some fairly important aspects on the issue of climate change this afternoon. Canadians have told us fairly clearly, rather loudly, and especially at the last election as well. They told us that they weren't satisfied with the Liberal approach on a number of things, and no less in this area as well. Actions that the Liberals had not taken, in some cases some subterfuge, some fakes, I guess, that they intended on this file. In contrast, our government will be taking action and is taking action on both air pollution and climate change, and we are committed to protecting the health of Canadians and also of our environment. Unfortunately, to the member across the way, his bill, Bill C-288, put forward by him, has no mechanisms for enforcement. It renders it toothless. And so despite the games, the political games of the opposition, we're not going to call an election over a private member's bill that has no substance, no plan, and is basically an empty motion. The Speaker has ruled, as he's well aware, that this bill is not a money bill and therefore is not a matter of confidence. And the bill does not require the expenditure of money, and so it accomplishes nothing. Bill C-288's stated purpose is to ensure Canada takes action to meet its obligations under the Kyoto Protocol, and this very single focus on short-term greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets is really not enough. The Clean Air Act, on the other hand, will provide a strong basis for taking an integrated action on emissions of smog and acid rain pollutants and greenhouse gases as well. Many of those come from the same industrial and transportation sources. By tabling the Clean Air Act, this government has clearly demonstrated that it is taking short, medium and long-term action to protect the environment and human health. Our approach is more than just a long-term approach. With respect to industrial air emissions, the government has committed to determining its regulatory framework, including setting short-term targets as well. Our notice of intent states that our targets will be consistent with leading environmental standards and at least as rigorous as those in the United States. Targets for air pollutants will measurably reduce the impact on the health of Canadians. For greenhouse gases, the targets will yield a better outcome for the Canadian environment than under the plan proposed by the previous Liberal government. Bill C-288 has a focus on the achievement of Canada's short-term Kyoto target. It's limited, and both its economic and its environmental aspects need to be carefully examined. Our approach needs to focus rather on the economic transformation needed for the Canadian economy that will lead to more significant and sustained reductions in pollutants. For example, we must and we will as a government encourage investment in improving Canadian energy and urban infrastructure. This government wants to regulate greenhouse gas and air pollutant emissions for major industrial sectors in place as soon as possible. That being said, however, the reality is that it will not be possible in practical terms to develop requirements for both greenhouse gases and air pollutants for all industrial sectors by the year 2008. Prescribing this as a deadline in the legislation as per C-288 would almost certainly open the Crown and all stakeholders to very serious difficulties. The bill's timeline strictly limits the ability of the Minister of the Environment or any other regulating minister to consider public comments and revise draft regulations accordingly. And the way of doing this, as in C-288, is not reasonable and shows disregard for a meaningful public consultation process, which results then require careful consideration by this government. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in front of the Legislative Committee for Bill C-230, the Minister of Environment made a strong statement on this government's commitment to reduce greenhouse gases. This is what he said, and I quote, he said, "In the next couple of months, we'll announce ambitious targets coming into force by 2010. For the first time ever, the federal government will regulate air pollutants from big industry sectors. and for the first time ever, will regulate the fuel efficiency of motor vehicles beginning with the 2011 model. We will regulate energy efficiency standards and labeling requirements for a broad range of consumer and commercial products. Together, these will address about 80% of the energy used in homes and almost 90% of the energy used in commercial settings, end of quote. The challenge of meeting our Kyoto target is illustrated by the simple fact that by 2004, domestic greenhouse gas emissions had increased 27% under the Liberal government, which is the exact opposite of what should have happened. We will not spend billions of taxpayer dollars overseas to buy credits. Instead, we'll spend Canadians' tax dollars here at home to make real reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution. Our government is taking a new approach by integrating action on air pollution and also climate change at the same time to protect the health of Canadians and the environment. Emissions of smog and acid-rain pollutants and greenhouse gases come from many of the same industrial and transportation sources, and to be most effective, action needs to be integrated. Regulations that address climate change in isolation could effectively force industries to invest in technologies and processes that only address greenhouse gases while locking in capital stock that continues to emit air pollutants. For that reason, our government will establish short, medium, and long-term reduction targets for both air pollutants and greenhouse gases. By taking action on greenhouse gases and air pollutants, our government will allow industry to find ways to reduce both air pollutants and greenhouse gases in a way that helps industry maintain its economic competitiveness while maximizing the benefits to Canadians. Our plan will achieve concrete, tangible results through mandatory, enforceable regulations with short, medium, and long-term targets. To recap, our opposition to Bill C-288 is threefold. First, this bill has a short-term focus. Secondly, its single focus on greenhouse gases. And thirdly, the massive costs that would come with this short-term focus. In our view, it's important to approach the issue in a way that will ensure reductions of both air pollutants and greenhouse gases in the short term, but that also sets the foundation for continued and more significant reductions over the long term. And it's even more important that these funds be spent on improving the Canadian economy here. Countries with targets now under the Kyoto Protocol account for less than 30% of global emissions. And for future international cooperation on climate change to be effective, all major emitting countries need to do their part to reduce emissions. By 2010, developing countries are expected to contribute 45% of total greenhouse gas emissions, and China and India together will experience greater growth in emissions than all OECD countries combined. Effective action cannot be taken, in fact, by a relatively small group of countries alone. Proponents of the Kyoto Protocol would not deny the fundamental point that key developing countries must eventually participate. Kyoto is only a first step towards a serious approach to the problem, and we have been clear that Canada will work with other countries to help advance a more transformative, long-term approach to tackling climate change. Our actions at home will be the basis for future international cooperative efforts to address the matter of climate change. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Canada's Clean Air Act goes far beyond Bill C-288 to protect the health of Canadians and our environment, and we encourage the Liberals to get on board and help us get it through for the sake of Canadians and our environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is now 2:30 p.m. Therefore, the time reserved for the debate is expired. The question is therefore as follows. Mr. Rodriguez.
Move that Bill C-288 in Clause 5 be amended by replacing in the English version line 11. Should I dispense? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. Motion number 2. Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. McGuinty. moves that Bill C-288 in Clause 10 be amended. Shall I dispense? All those who in favor of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. Le vote par appel nominal.
The recorded division on the motion is deferred.
Motion number 3. Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. McGuinty, move that Bill C-288 in Clause 10 be amended by replacing in the French version lines, shall I dispense? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea! Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent?
All those opposed, please say nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. Le vote par appel nominal.
The recorded division on the motion is deferred.
Order. Normally at this time, the House would proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at the report stage of the bill. However, pursuant to Standing Order 98, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 14, 2007, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Comme il est 14 heures.
It being now 2:33 p.m., the House stands adjourned until Monday next at 11 a.m. pursuant to the standing orders.